You are in the meeting now.
Ja. Even kijken, ik ga even mensen ronselen, kijken of we er... Is goed. Die mics aanzetten zo, ja. So, good morning, everybody. Here we are again. And you survived the boat trip yesterday. Yes, because the ones that were on my boat, well, we had a bumpy ride at the end. Yeah. So our captain thought he was on the Titanic somewhere, somehow, but he got on the wrong boat. But we all managed to get here. Be aware, these sessions are streamed, so take care of your hair. That's one of the things I would like to mention. And please don't bring any food or drinks in these rooms. The food and drinks should be taken outside, or should be eaten outside, not in this room. Thank you. And then for the ones who would like to come tomorrow, where we do this Jules and other interesting stuff on generative AI, there are some tickets available. So if you're still interested and you don't have a ticket for tomorrow, please go to the booth and see if there are tickets available so you can join us tomorrow as well. And then this day is a special day for one of the other sponsors, because Lemongrass is our sponsor for this day, so the lunch is made available by them. Very thankful for Lemongrass to support us on this today. So I promised Ronald that I should make it briefly, so he can take all the time that's needed for talk us through AI voice. That's really interesting. Ronald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome everybody. How was yesterday? I had good sessions? Yes? Perfect, thank you. Yeah, my name is Ronald. I started the company Versailles 1 year ago, and I'm here with my colleague Yves, so we'll talk about AI voice and messaging agents. So, how did it all start? In 2004, oh, I don't see my screen on here. Is it possible to see the screen on here? No. I'll do it here. Yeah, how did it all start? 2004, I was working for Deloitte, and at that time I was building integrations with the systems, and there I met Robert, who just left out of the room. He's one of the organizers of this event. I worked with him on an alpha stage SAP adapter for Microsoft BizTalk. It was quite an unreliable adapter. It was an alpha stage. We had a lot of conference calls with Microsoft. It was quite difficult, let's say this. It was a great obstacle, not the integration itself, but it was a very unreliable adapter. So, and in the last 22 years, so now it's 2026, I worked mostly on building integrations. So I worked with a lot with BizTalk, a lot with API management, a lot of different systems to integrate most systems together. Why is this relevant for this? This is like a small connection to the SAP, because I'm a bit, with the voice AI is a bit strange, vreemde eend in de bijt, let's say it in Dutch. Yeah, making systems communicate was complex back then, but the technology fundamentally changed. You see a lot of APIs are used now. Many systems provide APIs, so there's a lot of possibilities. And AI is very smart, so it can use these systems, so, but you need to integrate them very well so that it works very good. The difference is, today, the systems can talk back. That was never the case. Yeah, we built Versailles. It's an AI native platform. We have AI agents for voice and messaging on there. We are privacy by design, GDPR compliant. We're also working on a NAN certification, ISO certification. We mainly focus on the Europe market, so no compromises. Data remains in EU. And I'm going to show you that building systems with AI is not about AI mostly, but it's mostly about software engineering. I can show you a short clip from Star Trek. They went back in the past. Please. They were expecting already a computer which can talk.
Computer? Computer? Ah. Hello, computer.
Just use the keyboard.
The keyboard. How quaint.
So this is the future. We're living in the future now. Let's see if I can go to the next slide. Yes. So how did it all develop in the last couple of, 50 years? In 1966, there was already a sort of a chatbot. It pretended to be a therapist. It had pattern recognition, but no understanding at all. In 2001, there was like a sort of smarter child. It was an instant messenger bot in America, AOL it was, yeah. It was popular, but limited to fixed scripts and were keywords. Everybody also remembers the 2010, around that time there was a lot of IVRs. You still remember it when you call like a company and you say press 1 for this, press 2 for the finance, press 3 for support desk. Very frustrating, but very much used widespread. 2016, 2018, then it started to be a bit more intelligent. The NLP chatbots. Everybody remembers them probably from the ABN AMRO Bank or the Rabobank, PostNL. These are chatbots, but they are not really good. I remember somebody told me they went on the ABN AMRO chatbot and they said, I want to change my address because I moved to another place. The chatbot said, okay, have a nice weekend, bye. So that was not not the expected behavior. 2022, November, ChatGPT came. I still remember it. The day I used it, I thought, oh my God, this is like insane. Had everybody this experience with ChatGPT? That wow moment, this is something totally new. Yeah. It had context, nuance, it understood instantly, and that was 2022. Now, these days, every week they make improvements. I'm off ChatGPT. I'm more fan of cloud these days, but this is like a crazy good these days. A friend of mine, she's a conversation designer, and she has built from 2010 these chatbots, like from early stages. She said, yeah, I did a pizza bot test. She asked the AI ChatGPT, sorry, put a mushroom on pizza 1, ham on pizza 2, cheese and pineapple on pizza 3, and cheese and mushrooms on the 4th. This was for her the test that it really works, because traditional chatbots had no idea what you mean with 4th, but ChatGPT understood. 4th is the 4th pizza. Do you guys also have a chatbot in your company where you work? Raise your hands. It's like AI chatbot or an NLP chatbot? Yeah. Is it good? That's good, that's good, that's good. So expectation versus reality. Yeah, in the demo, normally everything is fine. You have the perfect questions, the perfect contacts. There's no background noise. One clear topic at a time. The audience is impressed. They say, wow, this is like crazy, this is insane. But in production is totally different. The caller can be driving a car. There's a lot of background noise, maybe the radio. The agent will pick up everything what's been said, so you need to have a system that blocks that noise. They can have multiple questions at the same time, so the agent has to understand multiple questions. We also had like an agent with a restaurant for a pilot, and then this people was calling the restaurant for the reservation, and they were discussing with a group on speakerphone what they should do with the reservation. The agent went totally crazy because it hears 3 people talking to each other and tries to react on everything. People have dialects, poor mobile systems, signals, interruptions, and everybody expects a human conversation. From research is shown that 39% has trust in AI agents, and it will go up to 57 when it uses it and has a positive interaction. In the Netherlands, we had these NLP chatbots, and people still have like a bad feeling about the chatbots because they have bad experience from the past. So they also need to learn to use these new chatbots and try to trust them that they are better than before. The iceberg. Okay, an agent is not only an LLM, RAG, or tool use. It has a lot of tools below the water. We see it as an iceberg. How many tools do you think are needed to have an agent running perfectly in production? Call a number. 20? 10? Yeah, that's quite good. Here you can see it. These are the tools which are used underwater to keep this agent running perfectly. You can see there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, you have guardrails, intent-based routing, change logs, regression testing, SIP transfers, multi-language support, custom voices, background noise suppression. I can keep going on and on. I picked out a couple of these items for the next coming slides to tell more about that. Yeah. But actually, let's first start. How does a voice agent work? Does everybody has used a voice agent before at a company? Like calling a restaurant or calling... Nobody? That's good. So there's still a lot of to do in the Netherlands. And normally it works like this. The user speaks and it calls to a telephone provider. This is connected to an agent. This is more the transport side. When the user speaks, this voice, the wave files are streamed via an API to an STT provider. That's a speech-to-text provider. Yeah. This text will be streamed of this voice. The audio will be streamed to text. This text is sent to an LLM with a system prompt to tell the instructions, what it has to do. This LLM has to react. There's a coming text back, and this text is sent to the TTS. You can also have some RAG and tools to get some extra information or some context or like a CRM call. Then it will be sent to the API for text response, text to speech, and then it's also streamed back. And this all has to be done within 1 second. Can you imagine? This needs to be super fast. You can also have orchestration and some context and memory, which runs through all the steps. So from this part from the iceberg, I'll pick some parts, some pillars, and one of them is the orchestration and workflow. An AI system, AI agent, is constantly deciding what the user wants. That's very important. It needs to know which steps it needs to take. You have to give it instructions, what the agent has to do. So it has a role, it has to have instructions. For instance, if you have like a realtor, a real estate broker, which is called, it needs to know what to do. It needs to try to book, for instance, a viewing to our apartment. You know, it has to know how to switch from topics. It has to know when some problems exist. It cannot be too rigid. If you make it too rigid, it will sound robotic, inflexible. The users will not like it. They will drop off. You have to give it some creativity. You have to build some loose, so that will be like a real conversation with a real person. Because a real person is also not talking robotic. So the solution is to treat your agent as a state machine, which naturally forces you to split prompts into smaller parts. Because if you have one big prompt as an instruction for the agent, it will start to hallucinate a lot because it cannot handle a big, like let's say 500 lines of 1,000 lines of instruction. It's too much. So you need to split it in multiple parts, so that the prompt which is sent to the LLM is smart. That's smart. That's too short. But be short instructions so it knows what to do. This is to prevent the hallucinations for if you have a massive monolithic prompt. System integration, also very important. Without information for the agent, it cannot do anything. It can just talk to you, but people call this agent to give, to have it, that it can do stuff for you, that it can, for instance, book a call, book a meeting, call a CRM system, you know, this kind of stuff. Book a planning. You can also make it, you can also add a knowledge base, so that if you call the agent, for instance, to ask for some information about a product at a company, you can also use it for that. latency is deadly. So, you know, if an RFC call takes 3 seconds, it's fine in a batch, but not in an agent. A live conversation is an eternity. Source systems are not built for real-time conversations. But the API is never the problem, because this is not built for like fast replies. So what you need to do is you need to have a solution, you add filler text. So when there's a call to an AI, somebody calls an AI agent, it needs to call a CRM system. You have to tell the agent, the person who's calling, 1 moment please, I'm picking up the information. You can also add background sounds, it also works good. You can do some typing sounds in the background. For instance, if you call a restaurant, you can hear some noises from the restaurant. Because if there's a silence, the customer doesn't like it. They feel strange. But if they hear some sounds, it's still, okay, there's something going on, yeah? Yes, done to the context and knowledge and memory. We also build in our system a memory, which is quite nice. So it means that if a caller calls and is recognized, for instance, you call a restaurant and their agent picks up the phone and said, hello, Mr. Janssen, how are you doing? How was your dinner last Friday? Did you like it? Did your wife like it? Yes, I want to book a new table. Okay, you want the same table as last week? Do you want a candle like last year? Is it your birthday? You know, you can think of all kind of stuff. You can remember the allergies of the person. This will give like a better customer experience for the person who is calling. One moment. The quality of your knowledge base determines 80% of your answers. Garbage in is garbage out. That means if you add like rack contacts, it needs to be structured. We also had an agent with for a HR department, and they give us like CAOs, the big documents, but it was very unstructured. It was not made for a conversation. So they eventually found out, they were testing the agent, and they said, yeah, there's a problem with the information. It's not correct. And then we checked the document. It was not correct in the document. So I eventually found out that the document was not correct, but it's not made for talking. You know, you need to change the document so that it is usable for an agent. Then we go to the fourth pillar, trust and guardrails. LLMs are non-deterministic. That means the same question can give a different answer. Guardrails can be enabled and disabled per client or per use case, but there's no one setting for everything. It's quite difficult to test these agents, I can tell you. In the beginning, I was testing them manually, calling them all the time, sometimes 20 times. And then 90 times it goes well, and at 20th time it changes. It does something weird. Then you need to test again and again and again. Because if you have a big prompt, long prompt, and you change on one part, you change something, it can break something else. It's not like programming like we used to do, like if then else. The agent does what it, the AI can do some strange things. Also the pink elephant problem. You cannot, in the prompt, you cannot say, do not give medical advice. But the model receives the token's medical advice. So you always have to use positive instructions. What we also do, we have a second LLM to check the response of the first LLM. So if you make a call to an LLM and it gives you information back for the customer, it cannot check itself. You know, you need to have another LLM which can check it, and then that works more accurate. But that's also introducing a lot of latency. So you can not always do this. And we build privacy by default. For instance, for healthcare, you need also PII detection. You cannot store the medicine or the phone number or the address. It needs to be encrypted. You have to have audit trails. You have to have role-based access for every environment. You have to build it from the ground up, because if you do it afterwards, it will be a drama. For healthcare clients, compliance was not a phase in the project, it was the project itself. Performance and latency, yeah, voice is unforgiving. If you talk with a chatbot, 2 seconds in delay, you know, the typing chatbots, doesn't matter so much. Even if I wait for 15 seconds or 30 seconds, I can do other stuff. But if you're talking to a chatbot on a phone, every millisecond counts. That's really difficult. So 800 milliseconds is almost already too long. You know, when you have a real conversation with with a person, sometimes there can be some pauses. But for the agent, it's also difficult to know when it needs to pause and when it needs to talk. So 800 milliseconds is already long. We are mainly in the Netherlands, so we also have a Dutch customers. That was also quite difficult because the Dutch STT providers, the STT providers which can translate to Dutch, or the TTS engines for Dutch are not that good yet. Most technology in Silicon Valley is made for English or Spanish. You see these English talking chatbots are much better. We tested dozens of STT providers till we finally found one which was very accurate. Because accuracy of the STT is very important. You also have to have multilingual, because in the Netherlands many people talk Dutch, English, French, you can have different customers. It needs to be able to detect the language. The TTS engines, they need to sound natural and fast. We also checked dozens of those. We finally found a couple of them which is quite good, but it's not there yet. You see in English TTS systems, they are more like emotional. They can talk more emotional. They can more intonation. In the Netherlands, the Dutch TTS engines are still a bit flat. Voice activity detection. It's also important. You need to know when a user stops talking and when the agent needs to pick up the conversation. So you have to have a detection engine for that. And scalability, of course, when the agent is called by 1, 2, 4, 5, or 100 people at the same time. It needs to scale up very fast. We are running our agents in containers. We can do one container, like a Docker container, we can have 15 calls at the same time. But if this container is going higher on the CPU, it will automatically spin up another one. So we can, like in 30 seconds, we have another 15 calls. It will go very fast. Language switching is also quite difficult because we in the Netherlands have a lot of English words. So if you talk to an agent in Dutch, and you have let's say the agent says, "When do you want to come to the appointment? Tomorrow, fine." You say, "Okay." The agent thinks, "Okay, English, switch to English." I also had one test with the agent, which I said, "My name is Truus." And the agent thought, "Okay, this is German, it's Tschüss. Okay, bye." Yeah. So there's no loading spinner, there's only silence. And silence feels like a mistake. Testing and quality. Yeah, the fundamental problem, what I already told, is that this testing is very difficult because it's not deterministic. So we need to do a lot of regression testing. For this, we build a simulation engine, so we can run thousands of simulations to one agent to find the errors. We can build like personas automatically with AI. So we have an AI simulation engine where we can say, okay, this is the persona, create 1,000 calls to the AI agent. It will call, and then afterwards will be an analysis, also with AI, to see if all the calls went correct versus certain rules. Every call is evaluated on a conversation evaluation engine. So we can see in every call which has been made to a real person if there are errors in this call. It can check on many items like quality, intent, resolution, also on glitches of the audio, like many options. And we also have a rec evaluator. So items will be picked up from a PDF file. We have to check afterwards if this was correct, because we don't want to send incorrect information back to the caller. So your agent is actually never finished. Models change, providers change, customers change the process. An agent that works today may react differently tomorrow following a silent model update. So we have to have release management, controlled rollouts, rollback capabilities, constant monitoring of the conversation quality, latency, error, escalations, continuous optimization. Every day almost is a new model released or like an update. It's very stressful to keep up with it. See, information stress. So if you don't have a good release management, it will break on Tuesday, guaranteed. What we see mostly in companies is there's like multiple levels. Level 0, everything is manual, completely human dependent, no AI support. What we see now, mostly in the bigger Dutch companies, is level 2. Simple chatbots, FAQ questions, no system integration. Level 2, there's where it starts. AI integrated in the workflows, more complex queries, partially handled autonomously. And level 3 is where we want to go to. AI in a core process, complex queries solved completely autonomously, fully integrated. We strive that an AI bot can do like more than 80% of the customer calls in a service desk. So that the rest of the 20% can be handled by a human for the complex queries. Some cases we are working on currently. One is like a pharmacy agent. It will call elderly people which have like more than 4 to 5 medicines for a yearly medication checkup. The target audience is quite difficult because they are hearing impaired, slower speaking pace, need for reassurance. They can even start, they feel a bit lonely. They can start talking to an agent like somebody's calling them because they have no understanding sometimes that there's an agent calling. So you also have to say, I'm an AI agent. We need to inform them by a letter, by an SMS that an AI agent will call. Otherwise they will start mumbling like constantly about their life. You know, that finally somebody's calling me. Okay, nice. Yeah, integration with pharmacy systems. Pharmacy integration information systems, that's also needed. NEN 7510, that's a Dutch certification for healthcare. Yeah, it's quite difficult. We are testing this now in real life. Yeah, the elderly speak slower, they have repetitions. It's an interesting one. So let's say that. Another use case, crisis training. We have a conversation simulation for a big company in the Netherlands. They have to call people when a calamity, how you say this? Calamity happened. So they have to train people which have to break bad news to other clients. The AI plays the family member, emotional, unpredictable, angry, sad. It's totally different from pharmacy, of course, because pharmacy has guardrails strictly applied, safe, predictable, no deviations. The crisis training, the agent has to escalate, it has to respond emotionally, to push back. It has to have emotional levels which can change. I have some of my colleagues were testing this agent and they felt really uncomfortable because the agent was talking in a very pushy way to them, you know. It's very nice. Another use case is a planning platform for appointment confirmations. Did you know that in the Netherlands, 800,000 no-shows occur every year in hospitals? That will cost about 50 million per year for people that don't show up in their appointments. What we made also an agent which can call the client for a confirmation. So it can ask, hey, Robert, you have a meeting next Friday. Are you okay to come to the meeting, to the appointment for the food dingen? Feed stuff? So it needs to write back to the planning system in real time. When it's write back, or let's say somebody says, the client says, I cannot come. So what we can do, we can reschedule the appointment to a date later, 2 weeks later. We can call somebody else to say, okay, if you want, there's a spot free on Friday, we can book you earlier. That will also help with the wait lists. Yeah, and the doctors are not sitting to wait for a person. They can do like full 8 hours. They can work. Oh, my alarm. Okay, I need to hurry up. I think, yeah. Yes. Yeah, 5 things to remember. AI is the easy part. The other 90% is software engineering, integration, orchestration, and operations. Think like a conversation designer, not like a developer. Code quality won't save you if the conversational logic isn't right. This is a real different profession. There are now people which are specialized in this part. Compliance isn't a checkbox, it's your architecture. Build it from day one. Measure solutions, not conversations. You want the agent to resolve and not to just have a phone call. If the customer calls and the wish is not resolved or what they want is not resolved, the call was unsuccessful. And your agent is never finished. So plan for continuous optimization. The life cycle needs to be the DNA of your team and product strategy. New roles. For the bigger companies which want to implement these agents, we advise them to add new roles to the company. If you have a service desk with 400 people and the agent can do like 60, 80% of the calls, of course there will be a lot of people unemployed, but they can also change to a new role. For instance, an AI operation lead who monitors daily performance, quality and priorities. A knowledge manager who maintains the knowledge base. Conversation designer who handles the tone, the logic. It's not the same as a UX, but it's close. And a support automation specialist, workflow, backends, the bridge between the agent and the source system. And there's one role which we have in our company which holds everything together, the AI architect. That's exactly what my colleague Yves Leroy is going to talk about now.
Hi everyone. So my role as AI architect is, well, we have a nice analogy for it, but I help businesses kind of rethink the way that they think about AI and redesign workflows. But I think that a nice analogy is the webmaster. So think back to the 90s. And you know, we have the forefront of the internet, and there's this new technology, and there's a lot of businesses wanting to kind of have a look at what's possible, and that became the new digital storefront. And we needed somebody that understood the technology, and but also understand the brand, what they wanted to show the world with this new digital storefront. And so now AI agents are the new successor, the new website, the new application. And they will become the new face of every single brand. And so what I do is I bridge the quality of top quality service and the scalability side of things. The 3 foundations of the AI architect is the product and engineering technology side of things. So understanding where the technology is going, what's possible right now, and really, I suppose, understanding the bottom side of that iceberg. It's all very new technology, even for me, and as Ronald was saying, there's new kind of progression every single day. And so the whole flow, the whole process can essentially be the combination of orchestrating 7 to 10 models and really then navigating that iceberg. And secondly, as I was saying, it's also very much about branding, the marketing side of things. And as soon as you speak to an agent, of course, you think about the brand itself. And so what I also do is I coach the personality of the agent, for instance, how it expresses itself, and also what kind of information it gives. And that really needs to fit within the brand itself, right? You also need it to have the values that a brand has, and essentially the vibe that you want it to have too. How bright it is in its expressions, and yeah. And lastly, it's also working with the customers themselves, so the businesses themselves. They need to understand what's possible, and we really feel that the voice side of things is the first kind of foothold for AI within a business, because it's very measurable, and it's very apparent. You can very easily see what it does and how it helps. So Jello, the Jello, right? In traditional software, as you all may know, it's more if and then logic. Very predictable outcomes. Rod also touched upon this before, but AI is non-deterministic. We need to keep it within certain guardrails. And so what we do, and what I do, is we use AI to test our voice agents. We run two AIs next to each other. We run thousands of simulations so that before it really gets released, then those errors are already taken out. And that is this agent development lifecycle, which is just continuous. We're continuously refining these voice agents. The feedback, the coaching, even the smallest change in a prompt can create very different results. And we continue iterating and monitoring. And we do this as fast as possible, and with the help of AI as well. So it goes 10 to 100 times faster. So, and for me then, it's less about the programming side of things. It's more about the curation. Continuously coaching, and essentially it's like onboarding a new employee. So what's the profile of an AI architect? Well, I myself come from branding and sales, but also the technology side of things. So my interest has always been on that side of things. But and we also need to be close to the customer. This continuous testing also means that there's a need for risk tolerance. Working with these types of non-deterministic systems means that risks need to be taken, and mistakes will be made. But we are continuously improving, so that's how that works. And then we also need to redesign the teams and the processes. So we need to work ground up. And really see where we're able to add additional value. And not the other way around, where we're kind of just bolting on AI voice here and there, or any kind of AI process. And I suppose, considering there are so much change within the field, we need to understand where everything is going. And this is how we see it. So today we have text and chat, chatbots, messaging agents, language interfaces, and we are now working on the real-time voice. In Ronald's video right at the beginning, it showed how we think future humans will interact with computers. And I suppose the next phase will be the glasses that hear and see. We already have that as well with Meta and Ray-Ban, and essentially just speaking to these glasses, and they're able to observe exactly what's in front of you and able to help in real time, which will, I suppose, really help solve problems in real time a lot faster. In the future, it's going to be everywhere. I suppose a lot of monitoring and IoT, which will be able to help, I suppose, predict a lot of things as well. And it will become a lot. So we think it will become a lot easier or a lot more natural to kind of interact in this way. Right now, of course, we do kind of have this lingering feeling of these legacy chatbots, but when people get used to it, then yeah, it will become a lot easier to, it will become a lot more natural to just speak, and also have a lot more faith in these kinds of voice agents. So yeah, and I also believe that this role will will become very fast growing in the next 5 years. Just because there needs to be this new connection, this new webmaster that needs to be introduced to the world, and really help businesses find this value in AI. And I suppose I just want to leave you with the fact that we're not trying to take away kind of human connection. We're actually trying to take away these repetitive tasks and actually allow for more human connection. And if we integrate this into businesses, that will happen, and it will create this gap, this solution that will allow for personal service every single day. All right. Ronald will take some questions.
Thank you. So when you're back at the office tomorrow and someone say, let's just slap a chatbot on it, now you know it's not only an LLM and a TTS or an STT. There's a lot of more which is needed. Yeah. These are our email addresses, our website. You can contact us for more information. We're also going into a new office next week, so if somebody can help us with moving, that's also nice. So any questions, please, you can ask. Yeah.
Hi, it's Mark. I have two short comments and then a question afterwards.
Yeah, thank you.
I think your presentation showed very well how AI is actually creating completely new jobs, right, that didn't exist before, which I think is a great point about this whole endeavor that you're on.
Thank you.
And my second comment is that I think you're actually missing another level, and that's humanoids, robots.
Yeah.
Where we have like a continuous conversation with some machine,
yeah.
rather than just agents on a web page or in some app.
Definitely.
Right? So I think that's another
that's
level on top of this.
Yeah.
So my actual question is, I'm a bit confused whether you have like a software offering with this, or you're just basically the service provider to architect everything and put it all together with different components.
Yeah, we have like an agent as a service company, so you can we build agents for companies which they can buy, of course, for a subscription model, and then we have also like per minute costs. I didn't want to promote my company too much here, so that's why I kept it a bit down. But that's what we are offering here. We built our own platform in the Netherlands from the ground up, all built ourselves. And that's what we are offering to companies. And about your remark about the humanoids, yes, we also see this in interesting in healthcare. That elderly which feel lonely, there are already companies who are building these bots in their room they can talk to. So, and sometimes they even like to talk more to a bot instead of a real human. They never feel lonely. This bot will monitor them all day with video, with audio. They can talk to the person.
Even in Japan, I was told that they have this robot for human care, And there they experienced, and they did the research on that the elderly people rather talk to a robot, and they even tell the robot even more than when they talk to a human person. So the interaction is for people is really important, and there a robot can help in that area.
Yeah.
Is there a last final question? Two final questions. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to. You were talking a lot about guardrails. How do you put those guardrails in place? Because I get that it's important, but what do you do? Do you make sure that the agent can only collect certain data, or is there other things you do to make sure that there's not a lot of information coming out of the agent that you want to prevent from coming out?
Yeah, it's actually multiple solutions for that. The first one is you in the prompting, which is a system instructions for the agent. You have to write down what the agent has to do and what it cannot do. For instance, if you don't tell it that it cannot give information about certain tools, then it can. If you ask this agent, you call this agent. I did a test with a competitor. I called this agent and said, okay, which tools are you using? And it just said everything what it has. That's something which you need to limit. But also it cannot, for instance, for a healthcare, for the medication review agent, it cannot give medical advice. It's very important. Because that's for the EU Act and all this kind of instances that's not allowed. So you can do it with prompting. You can also add later, like a check from another ELM. But before the agent talks to the person, there will be another check, which checks if the information is correct and if there's nothing been said which is not allowed. But that adds, of course, latency. So that's not always the best solution. And also one more is that after every conversation, there's an evaluation if the agent said some things which are not allowed. So you can get notifications, okay, or alerts, okay, this agent is saying this kind of, gives this information which is not allowed. So you can immediately try to tune it for that. Does that answer your question? Okay, we can chat afterwards if you want, yeah.
Hi, I've got a question about testing the agents.
Yeah.
Because as you said yourself, you can basically 20 times test it, 19 times it works, it produces the same output, but it breaks in the last run because it's non-deterministic. So how do I know when my AI integration is actually production ready?
That's a good question, yeah. Yeah, I think what we also say to clients, an agent can always have mistakes, you know. But when it's 95% okay, and it doesn't give, like for healthcare, it needs to be higher, of course. But let's say you have a restaurant agent, it can have some mistakes because a normal person also can have mistakes. You know, if you have a service desk, there'll work a couple of hundred people. Some are also making mistakes, giving information to the client which is not allowed. Maybe somebody has a bad day, you know. He can be obnoxious to the client. I also sometimes call like companies and I said, okay, this is not how a person should talk to me, you know. So there's always room for errors. But yeah, what we do is mostly we test it and then we have like a rating for, okay, this is 90% or 95% is okay. Sometimes it makes a mistake. But yeah, you can choose to accept it.
Okay. Ronald and Yves, thank you very much for your insights in AI with natural voice, and that it's really another kind of expertise and another way of looking at AI and working with AI. So I think that message was very, very clear. Thank you very much. Can I have a round of applause for Yves and for Ronald? And of course, for you, we have a small present. It's the so-called "Oh la la chocolat." It's from the Dutch. Yes. Well, also one for Yves. Yes, yes, yes. So let's move on. You can have a drink outside because it's not allowed to drink inside here. And then on track A, so in this room, we will have AI in SAP HANA Cloud, emerging capabilities, and in track B, on the other room, next to here, the AI-driven approach to achieving a clean core in SAP Landscapes. Ooh, that's a real difficult choice to make. I will see you here about 10 o'clock.
one.
Supposedly I should be introduced by someone. So while we are waiting, do you realize what is the topic in this other room? It is a clean core. This is your last chance. If you are interested in clean core.
There's probably AI on that side. We like yours better.
Okay, just because there is no AI in the name at all. Yeah. I turned it on already.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So here we are again. And then we will have this next session with AI in SAP. So you all made the choice for this SAP presentation instead of the other one.
I tried to encourage them to move there.
Yeah, really? Really? But I stayed. Well, then they are really no. interested in your presentation, Vitaly. So let's see if how AI and SAP Cloud can bring us to bring us to emerging capabilities and see what the possibilities are. Vitaly, the floor is yours.
Microphone is as well. Okay, thank you. So guess what I'm going to talk about? Yeah, our HANA marketing wanted to make sure that you really understand what the product is. So it's about AI in SAP HANA. And what is common for all these folks? They are who? They look tired. Okay, except of the guy in the middle. Yeah, so we are all developer advocates from SAP here at this event. There are quite a few of us. Unfortunately, Daniel couldn't join, but as well, this is the group that will be running SAP Code Jam tomorrow. So how many of you are joining tomorrow for the Code Jam? Okay, we'll see you there then. And among these five, my name is Vitaly Rudnetsky. I was born in Ukraine, but I spent most of my life in Poland. The reason why I'm on this stage is twofold. First, when I was a student, we had this brilliant idea with two colleagues of mine to build a startup that would be a platform for other people to propose their apartments for rent and for other people to rent these apartments. Does it sound familiar? We even had a name for this startup, Domkarnia. But then we thought just like, who would be that stupid, you know, to rent their apartments virtually to people they don't know to? So we dropped this idea, but therefore I'm a loyal customer of Booking.com right now. I'm Genius level 3, and I'm just curious, anyone here from Booking.com who has access to the backend and maybe authorization to the update statement? No? I mean, you know, we can always do the test on production, right? If 3 is the maximum. And okay, so it was not the only stupid idea that I had to give up on. The other one was when I was already in SAP and some folks from our team decided to leave such a nice, established, respected company called SAP and to create the startup that was called Musical.ly. Anyone knows Musical.ly? Now it is called TikTok. So it was founded by guys from SAP. And when they were leaving SAP, I was just like telling how stupid you are. So they're all venture capitalists now, and I'm staying here and telling you about AI in SAP HANA Cloud, which I enjoy. I hope they enjoy their life as well. So as I already mentioned, I'm one of the developer advocates at SAP. So we are engaged with SAP TechEd, Devtoberfest, SAP Code Jams, and so on and so forth. And I'm based in Wrocław. Anyone knows where Wrocław is? In Poland. Anyone knows where Poland is? Okay, quite a few. For those of you who never heard about the city, obviously, I brought some flyers. And if you never heard about the city before, according to Financial Times, this is the mid-sized city of the future in Europe. So if you want to experience this yourself, we do organize SAP Inside Track in May 23rd. So we are collecting proposals for speakers right now. Please use this chance, kill two birds with one stone, see the city and make your lasting impression in the community. Because I am from SAP, I obviously need to show this disclaimer. No, I don't need to take a picture of this disclaimer. You should know this by heart. Okay, sorry, you were taking selfie. So everyone read? Everyone understood? Okay. So, who of you attended the opening keynote tomorrow here? Okay, only Jan William? The only? Yesterday. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't expect you to raise your hand, but I expected everyone else to raise their hands. So Robert was talking about these current challenges for SAP developers in AI era. How many of you would call yourself a developer? Okay, quite a few. Functional consultants? A few. Executives? Okay, just came here because the word AI in the name. Got it? So, but there was one thing that I would agree and one thing that I would disagree with this slide. Robert is not here, right? So we are still friends. So he was talking about this AI skill gap among SAP developers. And then he was talking that it requires these new competencies, including something that is called prompt engineering. So prompt engineering. This is the thing that is kind of like quite popular to talk about, and apparently it was even before ChatGPT hit the ground running when the guy by the name Mark Riddle coined this prompt engineer as the future profession, right? So you might remember like 3 years ago, everyone is talking just like future-proof profession, prompt engineer. So how many of you are prompt engineers? Okay, one. Sorry about that too. That's okay, there is free coffee. So prompt engineering, but did someone say context as well? Yeah, it was Robert. So can you take a picture of me with this? I will show Robert. If he is not here. Okay, not everyone else at once. So he was talking about this business context, and I believe this is, if I want you to remember one thing from this presentation, it's not what is written here. You will remember this anyhow, but I want you to remember something that is called prompt engineering versus context engineering. Because when we are talking about building real AI-empowered applications, this is what we as developers, at least those of you who raised your hands that you are developers, need to understand, right? So prompt engineering is for the end users. Yeah? Just like you are experienced SAP consultant, help me to answer the question. This is for the end users. For us developers, it is important to understand the context engineering. So something that is happening behind the wall or behind the screen of particular application. And this is something that we as developers are responsible to supply to large language model to get the proper answer. So with, if you want to compare prompt engineering versus context engineering, I believe that the image that shows this the best. If you are saying that you are making a surgery, then you are the prompt engineer. If you are doing it like this, you are the context engineer. So, anyone ever seen me in a suit? Yeah, okay, on this image. So why would I wear a suit being a developer advocate? Because I was on the event last year for our customers in Poland called SAP Now AI Tour. And pretty much every single use case that was presented by our customers that are productive use cases, not proof of concepts, not experimentation, but productive use cases, they were all based on this context engineering, and they were all involving SAP HANA. If you would be able to see what is there on the slides, you could see SAP HANA pretty much on every of these images. So this slide probably is not related to SAP HANA specifically, but I found this to be one of the best one slide to explain all the possible use cases with AI in enterprises or in businesses. This is something that Gartner created, and they are saying that all of these use cases are falling in one of these three buckets, right? So there is defend, extend, append. So defend is basically something that already happened, right? So defend is when we, as persons, are getting access to some AI tools. Sorry, Nora, to make you bored. I hope you didn't take a picture when I was yelling. So defend is once we are getting access to AI tools and it increases our personal productivity. Extend is basically when we are extending business processes with some AI support, be this decision support, be this process automation support. And this is where most of the use cases are moving to right now, but obviously all executives, yeah, I'm looking at those of you who raised your hand, are dreaming about append. Append is basically when you just like turn businesses around and you are creating new markets, you're creating new services, you are creating new products. And there are very few examples that we see where AI enabled this, right? But this is what executives love to talk to. And then I would add one more use case that I believe is quite common still in many enterprises, pretend, right? It has really high value with very little technology complexity. So why do I mention this? Is once again because most of these use cases are falling into this extend scenario where basically we are trying to automate some of the processes or some of the decision making, or we are trying to make this business process running smoother. So before we move on, which camp are you? AI is magic or we are all doomed? Who is AI is magic? Okay. Who is we are all doomed? Interesting. So on this side, everyone who is doomed sitting in the front and AI is magic in the back, and here it's quite the opposite. I'm just trying to make sense of this, but I cannot. So no matter in which camp you are, I found this article on towards data science quite proper. To better understand AI, look under the hood, right? So try not to start with your opinions. Try to start with understanding the facts. So this is what I will try to do through the rest of this presentation. I will try us to go a little bit under the hood and understand a little bit better how it works, unless you know how it works, and then there is another session about clean core happening in the room next to this one. So does anyone remember here, and I immediately look at Mark and Jörg, obviously. Does anyone remember any of these books or maybe this course on in-memory in-memory data management? So this was year 2010, 2012. Yeah, I know, just like looking at this room, some of you were not born yet. But many of us were, and this is when we experienced something that was called SAP HANA for the very first time. And then there were these principles behind SAP HANA architecture. And principle number one that especially marketing loved was in-memory processing, right? So it was in memory, 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 and so on and so forth. But very few remembered about principle number 5 behind SAP HANA. Push down processing to the database, right? So this is where yes, in memory would allow you to get data faster for the processing, but pushing down processing to the database was to make this processing really faster where data resides. And according to this principle, till this day, HANA is being developed where we are trying to push, or our engineering team is working on that, pushing data-intensive processing into the database so that it is not happening in the application layer, right? So how many of you, I will try to be a little bit more funny because more people are yawning now than at the beginning. So, but at least if no one of you will fall asleep by the end of this presentation, it will be already a success, because I remember my very, 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 very first public presentation, and the guy in the first row fall asleep. So if you hear me reducing the voice, because this is what I did when this guy fall asleep, it means that I noticed someone and I don't want to wake them up. Okay, so going back, how many of you are using HANA as the database, be this on-premise or in the cloud? Okay, quite a few. How many of you have used the predictive analytics library, PAL? Okay, everyone on this side. But predictive analytics library was one of the manifestation of this very principle, right? Pushing down processing to where data resides, where our folks enabled the library with all the most important machine learning algorithms right inside of the HANA. And this is something that we call database for embedded AI, right? Database for embedded AI, where you can apply this AI function right where data resides. But now with this whole craziness and hype around Gen AI applications, obviously we need to keep developing new capabilities in HANA, although in this case it is in HANA Cloud, that would support creating this Gen AI applications. And this is where it says, you know, unlocking context of application data. So once again, you hear the word context, something that I want you to remember at the end of this presentation. I will not be talking about these other three capabilities because this is basically where AI helps you to work with HANA database. I wanted to talk about where HANA database enables this Gen AI applications. So let's talk about embeddings, right? So every one of us, by this moment, I assume at least once heard this word in the context of Gen AI, right? So embeddings is basically how everything is represented in mathematical way in AI, right? AI doesn't understand words, AI doesn't understand images, AI only understands numbers because basically this is what it is able to process. So if you look in our official help, it says semantic embeddings are multidimensional representation of textual information. Full stop. Everyone understood immediately, right? And now you can build Gen AI applications on top of SAP technology because basically embeddings are obviously the foundational building blocks of Gen AI, and just by reading this statement, you know already how you work with that. That's good. That's why we love to have all the smart people in our SAP ecosystem, right? You read once, you understand immediately. But as well, you might hear the word vectors, right? And it might confuse you just like, so embeddings, vectors, why do we use all these words and so on? It's just because embeddings and vectors are not exactly the same. So every embedding is a vector, but not every vector is an embedding, because there are other things that can be represented, like one hot shot representation of some data, which are vectors as well, but they are not embeddings, even though they've been used in machine learning to represent something as well. To understand why kind of like we talk about these two things is that once we are talking about the representation of particular, be this text or be this image as an embedding, we think about this as about this multidimensional representation. But what we do with this is that we are trying to apply so-called semantic search, so basically finding two images or two texts or two words with similar meaning, then we are applying vector calculations to this. That's why we are using this both words and talking about both representations, and this is where all of you stopped smiling, because this is where it is not fun anymore. So let me just change this for a moment. Entire screen. So to better understand embeddings, I believe this is when it is better to look at them as images. So this is some example code from another code gem on HANA AI topic. This is not the one that you are going through tomorrow, so I'm not here to scare you and run away before tomorrow. But basically, what I'm doing here, just out of curiosity, so how many of you are familiar with Python already by these days? Okay, more than half. Yep. This world is changing, and I understand why you're not at the clean core session now. So I have a data set of about 19 images of cats and dogs, and all of these images have been vectorized, so basically turned into these embeddings, these multidimensional representations. And now I'm just selecting one image out of these 19s, and HANA is finding what is the other image that looks exactly, sorry, not exactly the same, but looks the most similar, right? And this is where we are using this so-called similarity search between these two embeddings. And if I try to select some other animal, where do I start it? Here. So now you see that if I picked another image, then HANA returned another image as well. I believe that it is easier to understand through images, because basically if you look at these animals, then you can identify that there are several features, like maybe the shape of the face, maybe the shape of the eyes, maybe the shape of the ears, that are different, let's say, between these two cats and the two dogs that I showed before. Maybe it is fur, maybe it is the color, and so on and so forth, right? So I've been mentioning all the different features of these images, and then each of these features is becoming one of these dimensions in this embedding, in multidimensional representation, and the value of this feature is how it is kind of like represented, right? So let's say if the feature is color, then one will be black and -1 will be white, and all the values between 1 and -1 will be numerical representations, like real numbers representing different colors. And then if we have the other feature, so the other dimension, which would be ears, yeah, then we would have ears that are standing up and ears that are falling down, and then everything in between will be kind of like numerical representation of these ears. So what is happening with these embeddings is that these algorithms were trained on such a massive data sets that we as humans do not know what features they are looking at. We do not know the meaning of these features, but we just know it works, right? So we show machine, this is the image, generate the embedding for me, and based on all the hundreds of thousands of billions of pictures that you've seen before and used to generate all these features and all the values for all these features, it is building this multidimensional representation for the images. So once it is understood for images, then it is very similar for words, right? So through the training process, these embedding algorithms, they went through so many words that they learned what the meaning of particular words are based on number of dimensions and values of these dimensions. We as humans do not know which dimensions these machines picked up. We as humans do not know what values it picked up, but we just know it works. Yeah. So this is, let's say, this magic part of statistics. And then similarly, as I showed on these animals, if I just, for example, I uploaded FAQ for Python, and then using HANA embedded algorithms for doing data chunking and data embedding and so on. What I'm trying to achieve at the very end, hopefully you will see it, that we at SAP trained our own embedding algorithms for texts, because we believe that they will be better to interpret business data and business context text better than the other embedding algorithms available out there, even though we are not preventing you from using any other embedding algorithms that are available in SAP AI Core Gen AI Hub, in HANA Cloud either. At the end, I'm trying to find the answer, what are the origins of the Python name, right? So this is my prompt, this is my query, and then I'm using similarity, cosine similarity function in HANA Cloud, saying that my prompt is a query, and you have a bunch of documents already stored that you kind of like calculated this vector representation before, and now find the answer for me. So it generates several answers with different the similarity scored. score, and you can see that the one that got like 72% similarity is basically selecting the text where it exactly says. So why is it called Python? Because when Guido started implementing Python, he was so into Monty Python's Flying Circus that he decided to call the programming language after that. But do you need to love Monty Python Flying Circus to program in Python? You don't need to, right? But basically, so this is how these FAQs can work, right? So whatever we ask, we can just use this text similarity to find the proper answer. And then we are using this as well in something that is called similarity search, right? So if we think about representation of this data, we can think about multidimensional because each dimension is a feature and each value is the value of this feature. But then if we are calculating the similarity between these two embeddings, then it is easier to talk about vectors because basically we are using this cosine similarity for the reason if you want to read Wikipedia, it says that in multidimensional space, 256 dimensions, human brain stops working, and actually Euclidean distance stops properly working, but vector calculation still works perfectly. I see all your faces. This is not a final exam question, but all I just wanted to say is that I still sometimes read Wikipedia and not just asking ChatGPT. So what I was showing you is something that is called ByEncoder. And ByEncoder finds you top candidates for similarity search. But this text or these chunks of text that are found through this ByEncoder are still not perfect. And therefore, in HANA in December, we introduced something that is called cross-encoder. And don't you worry. If you turn off this slide for me right now, I will not be able to repeat these words. And I will not be able to explain the difference between ByEncoder and cross-encoder, right? So this slide is as valuable for me as it is, I hope, for you. The reason I'm mentioning this is that I remember talking to one of SAP partners in Poland, and they were trying to build their own HANA-based similarity search chatbot that would answer questions about their own product. And then they were just like, oh, you know what? These answers that we are getting are not always the best, and the similarity search doesn't work. Therefore, Gen AI sucks, and we are going to, search for these answers ourselves. It works better. And then I was telling them, yeah, because the thing that you are using is something that is called naive RAG. So RAG is retrieval augmented generation. Basically, what it means is that we have our business context documents that we embed into some vector engine, let's say SAP HANA, and we are storing all of these chunks, and then our user is asking a question, and for this query, we are trying to use this vector engine to find top K similarity sections from the text, right? So my favorite example is that, let's say, this is our SAP policy for company cars, right? And I'm asking just like, can my wife use a company car that I have? Yeah, then it should go into our policies, and based on my question, it should find appropriate paragraph in this car policy and return just like, first of all, you're not allowed to have company car at your level at SAP, right? So this is a kind of like similarity search based on the user question. But seriously though, as I mentioned, this similarity search is still imperfect, and therefore we usually need to return like top K results and then only look for the proper answer among these top K results to find the best answer. And this is something that is called re-ranking. And this is where this cross-encoder that we introduced in HANA just 3 months ago is about. So one of these things that should help you build much better applications that are text-based. And then the other thing that you might have heard is quite popular right now developing is something that is called GraphRag. So not all information in our enterprises are based on text, right? And especially in SAP context, there is a lot of structured data. So Robert is not here, so I will not show his slide once again, but if I would scroll back to the slide that he was showing from where he said they built their own framework in 2011, he said they're structured and unstructured data, right? So vector representation works best with unstructured data, but we all know that unstructured data in SAP ecosystem, this is maybe some policies, maybe some CVs in hire to retire process, maybe some service tickets with descriptions, but there is a lot of structured data as well, right? And for the structured data, vector representation is not the best one. This is when we are introducing the knowledge graph representation. And this is where a lot of people, including myself, would ask just like, okay, we have everything as relational data. Why do we need now on top of this another representation of data, right? Because we can represent both in similar way. But I believe that those of you who attended the previous session have seen the answer that just like, okay, 2 seconds answer is acceptable if it is text-based chatbot. And there was something like 0.3 second is already unacceptable for the voice interaction. And this is where we could get all the same data probably from relational data. It just would take 20 minutes to get the results comparing to getting the same answer from the graph representation. Okay, so this graph representation is basically just something that works faster because it helps to represent data much better for the knowledge systems. So the other just quick example that I wanted to show you, again, this is from this other code jam, should you want to participate in it at some point of time. I don't know how many of you have watched our developer keynote from SAP TechEd in Berlin 2025. Okay, all the usual suspects. For everyone else, SAP TechEd is our SAP main technology education conference, and there are 2 keynotes happening during TechEd. One is executive keynote, where you show so-called visionary demos. By the way, I hope it is not streamed and not recorded what I'm saying. It is? Okay, so to get you excited and future-looking, please join executive keynote. If you want to see what works now, or doesn't work always, then please join our developer keynote that we do during TechEd as well. And this is what I showed during our developer keynote as well. So basically what we got here is I have my HANA cloud instance running. And in this instance, I want to see all the different database objects that are available. So if you want to see your knowledge graph representation, you need to know that you need to go to your settings and click on database objects and then scroll down, and then there is something that is called RDF named graphs. So this is something that will allow you to preview your knowledge graphs in HANA Cloud. And once you have it, then you can see that in this case, I have 3 named graphs. One of them is TechEd 2025 keynote. And I can view all the data that has been loaded into this knowledge graph. So basically, what we got there are all the different demos that our team did, who from our team did which demo, where a particular person is coming from, what capability it was using, and so on. So this is where it is getting really handy to have as well something that is called graph ontology, where you basically can preview the structure of this knowledge graph. This is the visual representation of something that I just explained to you. Okay, there will be a visual representation. Right, so basically each of us developer advocates are persons, so we are not AI avatars, hopefully yet. And then each of us was presenting a demo, and this demo was showing particular capability of particular SAP software, and so on. And then if I go back and now I want to query this and to ask, so who, for example, presented demo about agents, we are using something that our engineering team is developing, something that is called HANA LangChain. So basically integration of HANA with one of the most popular packages out there right now for building AI-enabled applications and agents. So we have our own extension for that. And this is where, just like as well, previewing the schema ontology of this knowledge graph. And then I'm just trying to answer this question using one of the models that are available in SAP HANA, SAP AI Core Generative AI Hub. Sorry, as an SAP employee, I should use proper product names. And then we all know that in this brave Gen AI world, even if we want to write a code to what it will be to summarize, sorry, to add 2 to 6, we rather write code like this, right? So A is 2, B is 6, and then template question answer should be as minimal as possible, prompt template above, and now change this prompt and invoke large language model to return sum of A and B, and we are getting answer 8, right? So we don't need to know the Python syntax anymore, how to add 2 numbers, right? If we are equipped with LLM, we just write Python, these are 2 numbers, add this for me, and return the result. So luckily, I'm showing this example. Luckily now we can do the same with the Sparkle queries, because I don't know how many of you are excited about writing Sparkle queries. How many of you are familiar with SQL? How many of you are familiar with Sparkle? Okay, so Sparkle once again is this kind of language that you would now need to know how to write to return data from this knowledge graph. But this is where, luckily, we have LLMs for now, right? So if I want to ask the query, so for example, what demo will show agents and who can show it, I don't need to write the Sparkle query. LLM will write for me, right? So this is like blah, 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 blah. This is the one. Sorry, it's really difficult to hold mic and to... So if I would just copy the one that LLM generated based on my human question.
If you go back, you will find the final.
Oh, okay.
Final Sparkle.
Yeah, I can find it, but I need to enable scrolling. Bum. No, we don't make cut and paste. Ah, so. Yep. So this is what Sparkle returns from the HANA database, but then we have LLM. We have LLM that can take this data that is returned from the database and pack it once again with the beautiful human language, saying the demo titled Tutorial Navigation Agent will show agents, and it can be shown by Nora von Thienen. I hope that I pronounced the last name properly, right? And because this is knowledge graph, so it has URIs, so universal resource identifiers that you can pick to particular object, sorry, or human, in this case, somewhere on the internet. Right, so this is where now we use the graph representation that is available in the knowledge graph engine in HANA to build a kind of a retrieval augmented generation where once again the content, so basically information about our demos, was represented in this triple store where every knowledge entity is just a predicate, object, subject, predicate, object. And then with the question that is coming from human, we can generate the Sparkle query, get the results, send the results to large language model to get the answer to our question. So the question is 2026 going to be the year of neurosymbolic AI? So how many of you are familiar with neurosymbolic AI? I like when I can play smart. And the only reason why I can play smart is just because I was at SAP TechEd and I talked to proper people who educated me that neurosymbolic AI is something that we are investing in at SAP, but obviously all of you are reading SAP News, and this is the AI in 2026 5 defining theme article from at our SAP News. And in point number 2, it basically says that technical term for combining probabilistic adaptive AI models with deterministic systems of record is called neurosymbolic AI, and this is something that we at SAP are investing right now. Interesting thing as well is that I recently had a chat with the architect in one of SAP partners in Spain, and he was trying to explain to me that, you know, in SAP ecosystem, Gen AI being non-deterministic is something that should not work and so on. And the longer he was explaining to me, I was just like, Philip, but have you heard about neurosymbolic AI? And she's like, never. I'm saying just like what you're explaining to me is basically what we are working on, and it is called neurosymbolic AI. And again, I could play smart just because, you know, I talk to proper people at TechEd before. So this is where we are hoping that, supported by knowledge graph, because knowledge graph is deterministic representation of the world, combining this with neurotechnology would allow us to build the proper applications for the enterprise. Are we done yet? No, just because I'm now going for one small step outside of my topic. It is just because of all the discussions that we had here during coffee breaks. Wipe coding, right? Something totally unrelated, as I mentioned, to my presentation. But wipe coding is getting popular. It all started exactly 1 year and 1 month ago on February 2nd. Anyone remembers what triggered the whole discussion about wipe coding? Remember this tweet that guy published about prompt engineer as the work of the future? So on February, sorry, not 2nd, but 3rd, Andrei Karpathy published this tweet where he said, you know, there is this new thing called wipe coding. I just don't think, I just type, and I ask LLM to repeat again and again and again, and then there is something coming out of that. And now everyone is just like, wow, 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 wipe coding is the thing, and the whole industry is talking about, and no one has read his tweet, and no one understood that he was joking about this. Right? So the guy made a joke, no one read further than the first sentence, and now the whole industry is excited about wipe coding. But the reason I'm mentioning this is that there is always, you know, antidotum for every trend. So I don't know if any of you already have on LinkedIn as well the profession that is called wipe code cleanup specialist. But we hope that in SAP ecosystem, at least, you won't need to have this title. Because even though we are talking about this AI-supported code generation, the thing that we at SAP are working on is not something that is called wipe coding, but something that is called intent-based development. So anyone of you familiar with intent-based development? Okay. Few folks already are. This is something that was presented as well at SAP TechEd in Berlin last year. Maybe we were not too loud about this yet because we believe that technology was not ready yet, but I think that you will hear through this year more from SAP about intent-based development. This is something that someone else in the market is calling spec-based development, and Google is calling this context-based development, as Kevin pointed out to me the other day. But basically this is where you try to combine rigorous approach for software development from the past with the capabilities that Gen AI code generation gives you, right? So this is not just wipe coding, you know, for your weekend project. You just had 2 coffees after spending the whole night cruising here on the boat through Amsterdam channels, and then you just write a prompt, just like, you know, build me an application to find the best antidotum for having spent the whole night on the boat and then it just builds the application for you, right? So intent-based development is something that I would like you to remember outside of my presentation. But going back to my topic, if you want to upskill in things that I was presenting on SAP Discovery Center, there are 2 missions with code prepared for you that you can apply in your own system to try both vector engine and knowledge graphs in HANA Cloud. Our folks from SAP Consulting are developing the website that is called SAP BTP AI Best Practices. And then they have some best practices and sample code for as well vector-based and graph-based retrieval augmented generation. And I personally am developing this SAP Code Gem. And now it's time for you to take a picture because this is where I'm talking about my stuff. So I'm developing this example that some of you seen during this session when I showed some of these examples about how to use this in the code. So if you're interested in SAP Code Gem, we plan to have this one during HANA TechCon in July. Any one of you joined HANA TechCon last year? Okay, we hope that, Nora, this is the moment I asked you to take a picture of me. So 5 days left to submit your talk for HANA TechCon, and we really hope that as you raised your hands that you do work with HANA, the database. This is the conference for you to join. I'm saying conference, but this is community event, so for free. And we are looking for speakers right now, and then the registration will be open as well. Great event. We hope to see you there. And with that, thank you. I don't know if bedankt is the proper Dutch word. Okay. Bedankt. And enjoy your coffee.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we should also remember just one other word you just mentioned, context. It's context. So bring your the word context. Bring it to the snacks and the networking for now, and then you can have a chat with Vitaly as well during the lunch when you have your questions. Also for you, I have some Dutch chocolate in here. So, oh la la, chocolate for Vitaly. One round of applause for Vitaly. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now it's half an hour break for snacks, coffee, and some talks, and then after this, that it will 11:15. Then we will continue again in here with one session, and in the other room with another session. So have a nice break.
Wait a second. Hello. And that's it. We're going to be upstairs, so if anything happens, we are probably 2 to 3 minutes away because
So we all returned again to this room, and I see a lot of faces in here. So hugging is the word that brings you here. So that's really important, because a lot of people ask me, what's this hugging face about? I say, I don't know, you have to come to the session. So that's where you are. That's nice to see. Thank you very much for coming. And another thing, I have here a really exciting Marla, and we had a chat, and I was wondering if who is excited more, you as the audience about the hugging face, or Marla as a presenter. But we're going to see. Marla, the floor is yours. Tell us what a hugging face in SAP looks like and what it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. Today we will be talking about one of my favorite topic. I'm already excited about it. How to bring Hugging Face models and open source models to the SAP world. I use here Foundation, SAP AI Foundation, because the whole naming of the AI technologies now at SAP was a little bit confusing for me, but we will go to dive in this topic today. So first, a little bit about me. This is me trying to enter the Düsseldorf office with my dog. I was asked to put him away from the office. I'm a senior SAP developer at SAP Fiori, and I'm a mentor for the topic data analytics and AI. For today, I will be more than excited to introduce you to how to bring open source models to the SAP world. SAP world is sometimes a little bit tricky to bring anything, for example, open source models or anything outside the SAP landscape to SAP. But today, I will show you how we can do it. So for the agenda today, we will walk through how to use the LLM models in SAP Landscape. I think the colleagues Nora and Kevin already covered this yesterday. And today also Vitaly talked a little bit about the HANA Cloud. Today we will not be using HANA Cloud. RAG would be now the use case. I will apply retrieval augmented generation in financial services, since I'm working now for a financial service company, so we need to work on a financial service use case. We will go through the architecture, model of choice, deployment, governance, and then I will also show you some tips and tricks based on the challenges that I had during preparing for this session. So with that being said, let's get started. Now back to the AI Foundation. The word or the title AI Foundation at SAP is covering a variety of different topics. For example, from having AI assistants in, like for example, Jules in Generative AI Hub, or maybe using Document AI, using SAP AI Core. So it's a very, very huge or big topic that is covering all the topics of bringing LLMs to SAP. There is different options to use the large language models in SAP models. For today, the thing that I will be covering is how to bring models that are not already hosted on the SAP system at SAP system. So let me go to the next slide and check the different options to use LLM models at SAP. So the first option is using the Gen AI Hub. Talking about the Gen AI Hub, I think everyone here already worked with the Gen AI Hub, or are you familiar with the Gen AI Hub? No? Okay. Okay, so the Gen AI Hub is actually, it's where you can see the model libraries of the SAP hosted models. And it's the platform that is contain all the SAP LLM generative AI models. Yeah, so it's developed from SAP and it's based on the PTP. So if you are working on PTP or if you have a RISE system, you also have access to it. The purpose of the Gen AI Hub is to get access to pre-trained foundation models. Anyone is familiar with the topic of foundation models? Yeah, that's good. Okay, so those foundation models are pre-hosted and pre-trained on the SAP Gen AI Hub. And there is variety of different services. For example, you don't need to take care of the different orchestration services. You don't need also to take care of the deployment, because every models are already deployed on the SAP system. So from your side, you don't have any kind of responsibility regarding the deployment. The model sources, as I said, you can find a variety of sources from, for example, Gemini models, GPT models hosted from SAP and SAP partners, like, for example, OpenAI and different other partners. And as I said, the ownership over this model is pretty limited. So you don't need to do fine-tuning. You don't need to do any kind of training of these models. Everything is already happens out of the box. Yeah, and this is what is SAP now offering. But let's say, for example, you have kind of special domain needs. You are working in a high regulated industry, like, for example, financial services or insurance, and you need LLM models that are covering these specific use cases. Those models are not hosted on the SAP system, but you want to use the Gen AI Hub or the PTP services for your models. What you will do? In this case, I will be introducing the bring your own model concept, which we will bring our own models, our own weights, our own fine-tuning to the Gen AI Hub in SAP for different use cases. So the purpose of these models is that you can deploy your own models for your own use case, for your own, using your own data, deploy this pre-trained model and do the fine-tuning on the SAP Gen AI Hub. And as I mentioned, this is for different industries. If you are working in finance or different industries that are needed, the source of this model could be an open source models, like, for example, Hugging Face, or it could be also something you deployed and designed. If you are, for example, developing your own model, in-house developed models, for example, or if models from Amazon, Databricks, or other sources, you can also bring it to the SAP Gen AI Hub and the SAP environment. You have full control, full ownership over these models. You are responsible for the deployment, for the training, for the serving, for everything around these models. And here you need to work a little bit with Docker and Kubernetes. Anyone is familiar with this? Nice, good. So this is how you will bring these models. But we will go deeper in this topic now. So maybe you are wondering why I need to do this, why I need to bring my own models. SAP is already hosting plenty of models, and I can just choose from this model. So why I need to bring strange models to my SAP? As I mentioned, if you want to have a full lifecycle ownership over your model, you want to have control over everything. If you have a domain-specific requirements, you are working in an industry that are highly regulated. If you need to have maybe some freedom, you don't need any kind of vendor locked in, this is your way to go. And I'm a huge fan of mix and match topics when it comes to SAP, and try to bring non-SAP technology to the SAP world, just to see what capabilities we can use in this field. But I think the question still now, until now we don't know what is Hugging Face, and why are we talking about Hugging Face at the same place, at the first place? So let me show you what Hugging Face is. This is Hugging Face. Hugging Face is actually developed by a French company, which is really funny because when a French person is saying Hugging Face, will be like saying Hugging Face, which is so cute. So all the videos that I watched about Hugging Face and the way that I learned Hugging Face was, really cute. Hugging Face is an open source model, which means it's a community model, or it's an open source hub. We can imagine that it's a huge GitHub repository for different AI models or LLM models that are developed and pre-trained from different sources, and different people worked on these models. Those models are pre-trained, which means your job here is only to fine-tune these models and just adjust it for your requirements. And it's open source, so it's free. You can just pip install, and you are good to go. And you can also apply some APIs to do the calling for these models. So this is the three main components of the Hugging Face platform. It's a big repository. We have the hub, where it contains huge catalog of different models. You can just check from them. The transformers library, we talked about foundation models, and these foundation models are based on the transformer architecture that was published, I think Google published a paper in 2017 about attention all you need is all you need, and introducing the concept of attention and how transformers are working. And ChatGPT, for example, is based on a foundation model that is using this transformer architecture concept. So most of these models are foundation models, and this is what we will be using now for our RAG use case. And this is, most of the models are not hosted on the Gen AI Hub, and this is the idea now, why we need to bring these models, because we have a huge variety of different models that we can use now on the Gen AI Hub. So let's go to our use cases just to make it a little bit more relevant. Retrieval augmented generation in using Hugging Face in SAP Gen AI Hub. I think the word RAG now is everywhere. Everyone is talking about RAG. Everyone is talking about grounding. I will be also talking about grounding. So grounding, as we know, is just bringing the answers to reality, or making the model more trying to giving answers that are more relevant to the real world by doing a lot of work in the background. For example, we need to create embeddings, do the chunkings, and send these embeddings to the database. But grounding, in one word, is just like trying to get answers that are more relevant and more context-oriented based on our data. Why we need it? We know LLMs are hallucinate. I think so many people talked about this topic during these few days. LLMs hallucinate, give you false answers. Sometimes you need some answers that are based on your own data, your own your own data, your own work, and yeah, those models cannot give you these answers. Grounding is the way to do this, and it will also give you more personalization possibilities. I will give you an example about grounding. For example, if I love dogs, I really love dogs. If I want, for example, to create a repository based off all the National Geographic magazines or that were having articles about dogs, those articles will contain different informations, and I need this information to be only based on this source. RAG and document grounding will be my way to go here. Since I'm talking now open sources, I will be using for my chunks LangChain and for my model Hugging Face, and I will not be using HANA database, so sorry Vitaly. I will be using Chroma as my open source database. This will be now the use case. I will not be using also the National Geographic as a data for my use case now because there was some restriction in downloading all these PDFs. But this would be now the use case. We will host the document on a database, and then we will try to do this grounding. There is different ways to do the grounding. I know this is a little bit theoretical, but I promise we will go to the more practical part. RAG is one way to do the grounding. Knowledge graph is another way to do it for structured data, for example, where we can identify different relationship between the entities. And there is RAG graph, which is another level of grounding. It's not mentioned here, but it will give you a better similarity check, and if you are working with the structured and unstructured data. Agentic grounding, we are using here an agents to help us with the grounding, and we can use multi-model groundings, just mix and match using different models for this grounding. Now, I will be using now some grounding services from SAP, but not all of them. But first, I want to introduce you to the grounding capabilities at SAP. We already discussed what is grounding. So SAP Gen AI Hub is also offered these grounding capabilities. Kevin yesterday I'm sorry, just explained this in more details. So we can use grounding with the Gen AI Hub and without the Gen AI Hub. My approach would be without the Gen AI Hub, just totally, to have more freedom and more choice of models. But Gen AI Hub is also offering these grounding possibilities, which, you will be able to use, for example, all the services that are provided from SAP. For example, you can have the vector database or save your embeddings at that vector database that Vitaly was talking about. For my use case, I will be using the data masking for today only as a microservice. So not everything will be hosted on the Gen AI Hub, but the data masking will be used. SAP Gen AI Hub is offering grounding, prompt optimization, and prompt templating to get more grounded answer, content filtering, and you have different access for LLMs. This is what Gen AI Hub, but I will show you what I will be offering for today. I will be offering the Hugging Face approach, where I will be able to use different models, and the choice of these models is really important because Hugging Face, as I mentioned, is offering a huge variety of models. So if you have, for example, some needs to have multilingual models, for example, in my company where I'm working now, we need to work with different languages, Italian, French, German, and Dutch. And Hugging Face is really giving us these capabilities to do querying and answering in different languages. Also, it's important that we have two possibilities to use the LLM models in the embedding phase for the retrieving and in the generation of these answers. So we have here Hugging Face for embeddings and Hugging Face also for retrieving. I have to say something that it's really important when you are choosing your model, choosing the same model for the embedding and retrieving to get a very good answers or a higher quality of answers. So now let's walk through the process. So how, for example, I can get this information from the document that I have to the LLM or to query this model at the end, or how can I get a grounded answer? We start always with the data ingestion. You have your data, you have your documents. You might maybe use, we are not using here HANA database. I'm using, for example, as a data store, I used to use the S3 package from AWS, but you can also use SharePoint, which I know like many companies are now working, most of the companies are working with SharePoints, and there is a lot of documentation are already hosted in SharePoints. I will be using SharePoints. To get this information could be, there would be some sensitive data, for example. There will be like data that you don't want everyone to know about, like person names, customers, IBANs, etc. We can apply the data masking service using the SAP Gen AI Hub as a microservice in this case. Chunking will be applied using the LangChain model, where we will be able to split the document to different small chunks to create the embeddings afterwards. Embedding and indexing, as you can see here, happen through Hugging Face. So we will be using the Hugging Face model to create the embeddings and the indexing. Afterward, we will be querying these embeddings, and in the retriever, you can have the top queries or the top top key answers to answer these questions, and then you will get the answers at the end of this. So again, back to the Gen AI Hub. So I'm doing here a comparison what I'm doing outside SAP and what's inside SAP. The Gen AI Hub is also, as I said, is offering this, and we can see it's also the same process, but we are using here the models that are already hosted at SAP or at SAP Gen AI Hub. And as a database, we are using here SAP HANA Cloud for a vector database using the vector engine of HANA, which in my case is totally different. I'm using the Chroma as a database. And for the model, I brought the model to the SAP Word, so there is no need to use the build. And for the UI, actually, I have the possibility to use Fiori. And but you can use it. You should. It's not necessary, but I'm using Fiori for the UI. So this would be the SAP offering. I will now walk you through, I mentioned that I'm using the data masking as a service, as a microservice from the Gen AI Hub. So I talked a lot about data masking. Kevin yesterday just present the data masking is more detailed, but I will also be talking about it a little bit. Data masking, as I mentioned, we have sensitive data. We have data that we need to protect, and SAP is offering this out of the box on the orchestrations services. I can use it as well, even if my solution is a more SAP agnostic solution. Data masking, we have two types of masking. Either you mask it, you use the anonymization to mask the data entirely, and there is no webpack, or use the pseudonymization, so the data will be unmasked. And here you can see you can choose different entities that could be masked, different type of entities. And this happened before sending the data to the LLM. So as you can see here, I'm having my data input. My data is on my database or on my SharePoint, for example. After doing the data ingestion, I can do the anonymization or the data masking. you can, as you can see here in the pictures, I give some customer names, some organization, and everything got masked. And then I will send this to the LLM. We can demask it if it's needed. It's not necessary, and I will get the grounded answer, the grounded response with the masked data. So everything is secure in my data. So now the exciting part, the end-to-end deployment. So how I brought my model actually to the SAP AI, Gen AI hub, or to the SAP world. So we need to do some kind of setup, like first-time setup. First, you need to have your PTP. Maybe you are using the free tier, or if you have already PTP instant in your system, you can also use it. You have to upload the data that you want to work on, or you want to ground on your S3 bucket or SharePoint, whatever data store you are using. This data would be now ingested or would be used for the training, for the model training. As I mentioned, with the bring your own model, I'm bringing my own weight, my own data, my own training, my own fine-tuning. So this data will be used to train my model using I'm using here Docker, since I need to bring this model to the Gen AI hub, so I'm using Docker. And after training the model, I'm now ready to submit the deployment. So the deployment will happen on the Gen AI hub, and I will get a deployment ID at the end, where I can use it later. For example, if I want to use CAP services, or I can, if I want to use it for Fiori apps. So this is out of the box and ready to use. So what happened under the hood? My code is on the GitHub repo, and my code is containing my training and my serving pipelines. This is what happens under the hood, where the model is getting trained. So I'm sending now my training and my serving pipelines from my GitHub repo that I already hosted now on the Gen AI hub to the SAP, to the AI runtime. And this will sync now, as you can see, in the SAP AI runtime. We can see, I will show you later in a few minutes how the model will look like after training. I will be using the deployment specs that would generate at the end the fast API case service inference service that I will be using as an endpoint for my UI5 app or for my CAP service. So this endpoint, you can use it in different, even if you are using React, is not a problem. As I mentioned, my goal here is always also to just explore other options than what SAP is offering. I'm really sorry. And this is what we will be doing right now. This is the steps on the Gen AI Hub or on the AI Core platform. First, you will be creating your resource group. As always, this is a one-time setup, hosting the GitHub repository that is containing the training and the serving pipelines. After that, you have to upload your application to the Gen AI Hub that contains all your artifacts. You have also to create a scenario. This is, by the way, the normal workflow when you are trying to work with the Gen AI Hub, or trying to, for example, discover what Gen AI Hub is doing. So here I'm creating a scenario. Based on this scenario, I will be able to create configurations for my model that I already hosted, configurations and deployments. As I mentioned, the deployment will be used as the deployment endpoint for different use cases. If I'm lucky, everything will be running, no bending deployment, because it happens a lot for whatever reason. If I'm lucky, everything will be working. I will see my deployment running, and I can use, this is the bending deployment, of course, in the screenshot. I can use the deployment ID as an endpoint for for my application. This is my code. This is what is in the GitHub repo. I'm sorry, I know it's too much details, but yeah, it's a little bit complicated topic. So as you can see, I have here a data set, but actually my data set for this use case is hosted on the SharePoint as a data store, not as a vector data store. My pipelines, my servings and training pipelines. This is my servings and training Docker, also where it contains all my artifacts. So now the training part or the fine-tuning part, this is my model, and this is where the model is getting trained. I will show you also the fine-tuning in a few seconds. This is the serving specs. As you can see, this is where all the servings artifacts, and this is the case service container that is hosted now on the Gen AI Hub. The fine-tuning part, where I'm asking the model or I'm trying to train the model on my own data set, on my own weights. This is where the fine-tuning is happening. So as you can see, I'm working on it. It's not like out of the box. Normally, when you are using a pre-hosted models from the Gen AI Hub, all these steps are already done for you, like from the AI experts at SAP. But in this case, I have to do it myself. This is the training, hypermeters that I'm applying. For example, you can here, as I mentioned, I'm bringing my weights. You can see here my different weights, my different parameters that I'm applying to train this model. And at the end point, you can see when I'm creating the embeddings, it will look like this. Sorry, Vitaly, I already mentioned that I'm using the Chroma database, not the HANA database. So if it's look a little bit different, I'm sorry. Oh, come on. Come on. So I'm using these models now from Hugging Face. There is the sentence transformer embeddings provider as my embedding provider, which is a lightweight model. I'm using it for creating my embeddings, and this is what I'm hosting now on the Gen AI Hub, and this would be the model for the embedding and the generation, as I mentioned. So I said that I ingested the documents from the SharePoint. You can see I have the possibility to host different kind of documents type, for example, CSV, HTML, PPT or presentations, PowerPoint presentation, and Excel files. I have a confidential information, which I'm doing the masking part. As I mentioned, the masking is only a microservice that I'm using here. Everything is running good. I'm seeing the 200, the 200 OK, which means the endpoint is working, and my model, doing the ingesting in the correct way. So now for the demo, this is how the solution looks like now. So it's like a chat. Let me run the demo. So I'm trying here to ask a question. Since I'm working now in financial services, I have to ask a question about what category or life insurance categories do we have right now. It will take a little bit of time of thinking. Please don't judge the look and feel. And it's giving me now the grounded answers with a confidence score, and I can use reinforcement learning in the background to enhance the performance of this model. But now, by asking about who's Harry Potter, this model has no idea about Harry Potter, and I'm expecting now the model to tell me, I don't know, which is the right answer. So this, if he knows or he or she knows anything about Harry Potter, then I did a very bad job. For the data masking, as I mentioned, I'm using it as a microservice, so I'm not totally using it on the Gen AI Hub. I'm just using part of it, and this is how it works. I have a system a system prompt and the user prompt, system prompt. I'm telling the model what to do. In this case, just try to analyze this insurance document. For the user prompt, I'm giving it some input. We have this policy. The policy holder is Maria Schmidt and has this information. I'm choosing now the model. Since the masking is happening on the SAP Gen AI Hub, I'm not bringing my own model for it, so I'm just using SAP model. And now I'm choosing the entities that should need to be masked, for example, person names, nationalities, IBAN, etc. And email address also, gender. Okay. Yeah. And now when I hit run, everything should be masked, and or at least the entities that I already chose. I can see masked person, mask number, and if we can trace the code, the JSON code, I can see here each entity where it's exactly get masked and the model did the job in the correct way. So I'm not reinventing the wheel again here, since SAP already delivered this service. So now if we can go to the tips and takeaways from this session. I think I'm a little bit fast, I'm sorry. So the first tip is try to have consistency in your embeddings. So use the same exact model as I mentioned. Like I mentioned this so many times because I had the problem when I was using different models for the embedding and the generation. And this created some mismatch with the with the results at the end. So try to use the same model for the embedding and the generation. The chunking strategy, sometimes if you have, for example, very big chunks, the quality of the embeddings could be affected. So try to choose the correct size of the chunking or do some experiments about it. Model packaging in bring your own model containers. It's really important to take care of this step. It's a little bit complicated. It's a little bit overwhelming, I know. But if you are trying to bring your own model using the Docker containers, please try to work also on the model packaging consistency. The object storage and the artifacts management. I think it's kind of clear. You need to, in my case, as I mentioned, I'm not using HANA database. I'm using something else. But it's really important to work on the configurations. Actually, the most complicated part in this whole use case was working with the authorization, working with Microsoft Intra ID, working with the different configuration. And I'm using, or at least at work, I'm using Zscaler. It was blocking me from doing a lot of things. So it's really important to try to cover these topics. Versioning is really important also. And I cannot really emphasize how important to just make sure that everything is versionized and you are working with the correct versions in your Docker, for example, images in your GitHub. I know it's obvious, but based on my experiences, you need to say it. So with that being said, I'm really sorry. I was a little bit fast, but this is my session. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And if you want to connect, please feel free to connect also.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have time for some questions. Is there somebody who has?
When you train the model on a certain version.
Yeah.
We want it on the live stream as well.
Oh, sorry. When you train the model on a version and you want to try a new model, do you then have to repeat all the steps of training, extracting, uploading the files?
No.
Or can you reuse part of it with a new model?
That's a good question because the extraction of the files, you don't need to do it again, but you need maybe to do an ingestion again when you are trying to create the queries. But it depends. So yeah.
Any other questions for now?
and it will be not a question.
Okay.
So it's just a feedback about the Hugging Face and how
Yeah.
we used it in one of our tasks. So, you know, our agent was a little bit overloaded with too many MCP servers.
Okay.
And each MCP server brings like huge context. So it was like more than 100 tools with a limitation of 80 maximum in our IDE. And I solved it with Hugging Face in a really nice way, that I used open source model Hugging Face transformer, which can run in a browser in your console. And I just built MCP server with two tools. One is search and another one is execute. And it was perfectly finding the right tool by giving some scores. So,
yeah.
And depending on the request, it was saying, no, you need to call this tool or this tool. And Hugging Face is just perfectly working for this. So, and no need even to have hub. You can run locally in some cases.
Yeah, I love Hugging Face. As I said, it gives you so many possibilities for so many different use cases. Yeah, and since it's an open source, yeah, I'm a huge advocate for it.
So you have one enthusiastic user of Hugging Face already, and I assume that a lot of other people in here are going to see how it's going to work, and what they can do with it, and how they can, well, hugging not only AI, but also AI and SAP and all the things that are belong together. Thank you very much, Laura, for this Marla, I'm sorry, Marla, for this lovely presentation of yours, and of course for you also the Olala Chocolat.
Oh,
so thank you very much. Have a round of applause for her. Yes. And then we have two other topics coming along before now and lunch break. And I will tell you, the first one is in here. And it's about the intelligence app development at scale with AI and SAP Fiori elements. And the other one, now it becomes really difficult. This one is special for Nora, I think. It's the AI-driven ABAP development without Joule. Yes. So we have a special topic, two special topics. It's a hard choice to make. Within 20 minutes from now, we are going to proceed. 12:15. I would like to see you in this room, either in the other room. Thank you for now.
This is a test. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
now, and then give it 2 seconds. Just feel free to say something.
Hello, test.
Oh, is it coming through?
Oh, I can't hear. So I cannot realize, so I can just.
Yeah, I think it's coming through, right? It just sounded a bit quiet.
You mean here?
Yeah, for the room.
Okay. Oh.
So it should come through the room, and then of course to the live stream as well.
Okay. This I cannot.
Hello. Yeah, these ones are a bit louder.
This is loud, definitely. Shall I come this way?
So,
Hello.
The one thing that I need you to remember with this headset, if I come around here, you can put it in your pocket, basically.
Okay.
There is no muting. So when you're done or you're not talking, you can just.
Okay.
It connects, and then you're ready to go. It's a little bit low, the volume on this.
Okay, we can increase it.
Hello, test.
Yeah.
No, I think.
I can hear it, but it's a bit low, right?
Can you just mute it a bit? Can you speak now?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear
So
me?
this is already much better because the microphone is closer, but I will also increase it in the control room so you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
All
Perfect.
you do is turn it on and start
Let's
speaking.
say.
Yeah.
So it's really exciting up here on stage because we're trying to make a connection. And this connection isn't working right now, so shh. We can't ask AI because the network is not working. Let's see, that's one of the problems we're facing already.
Let's do the Q&A first.
Let's start with the Q&A, yeah. What's the presentation about? No. So one of the things is, what did make you come in here? Is it the AI part or is it the Fiori Elements part? So can you raise hands? Who is here actually for the Fiori Elements part? Yeah, and now on the AI part? Well, it's and so, some raise their hands 2 times. Yes, I see it. Of course, they want to have both, and we're really trying to connect this and bring this up, so then we can have a presentation from Hitesh about how we can do something with intelligent app development. Well, it suggests a little bit that up to now we couldn't do intelligent app development. And that's a little bit of harassment to everybody who's a developer, I think. But okay, let's see how this will turn out to be. Will this application really be intelligent, or will the development really be intelligent? Yes, you're lucky. We have some problems in here, so if you can solve them, please. Well, the best thing of this is that we have some time in here, so we can skip lunch. That will be no problem, I assume. So. Well, that's the best solution I have heard. Just restart your computer. That's the best one. Okay. So is that actually the thing we're going to try?
Well, his VPN is not connecting right now. So because right now it's connecting, stop the Wi-Fi, restart it. Let's see if it would just be Pegas without VPN or anything. Let's see if this is without. What I'll do is I'll try to sign in as an employee. So similarly as my colleague tried to do, I will also try it in Safari.
These are the moments that you think you would like to be a hacker somewhere, somehow, so you can just start the connection and have everything running within no time. But unfortunately, we don't have any hackers in the house, I assume.
Oh, it's as if, I will do something that's, because it's, I had a colleague from SAP that couldn't access Miro, so, sometimes, it enables it instantly.
Yeah, that's okay with it.
Do you have something for a fallback?
I mean, fallback would not be nice actually, because
I understand that we have to see.
Yeah. It would be really.
I mean, the only thing is right now is either we restart your computer, of course we're already over the time because we should have started, or without a live demo. That would be the only thing. You can try maybe with a personal hotspot, but you tried with mine and it didn't connect. I would then assume that it's a gentle restart. restart.
I mean, because yeah, it would be really. Let's try maybe 2 more minutes.
It's a lovely weather we're having outside today. I would say Monday, but it's a Tuesday. Okay, let's try it one more time. Click to connect to Wi-Fi. Yeah, let's click it again. And you can select are you a guest, because I have login information for that as well. Allow. Yeah, the biggest problem is it doesn't open this website on any of your browsers, which means that one of the underlying systems is blocking it. All the VPNs are turned off.
Shall we do a quick restart and
Yeah, let's do a quick restart.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think your computer needs a gentle restart. Yes, indeed.
Starting. Okay, now it is. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to do
Yeah.
that as well.
I was trying that maybe just restarting, we try to connect it with network connection here.
For now, it's just local. I don't want to do the full thing just so we can set up everything. Okay, let's see. Moment of truth. Yeah. Yeah. Take maybe one more time now that everything is popping up. Oh, there's multiples of them. Are you a guest? Click here. Allow. Okay. Ah, yeah. See, map. So we don't have to wait. Okay, so network should work. Now let's try your VPN. Connecting. This is a good sign, which means there is a pop-up somewhere that you have to log in. Can you just check?
No, it will automatically just do it without me doing anything.
Oh, okay.
It's embedded browser.
Yeah, but you should see that browser. I assume you will have to confirm your credentials.
No. So it's usually just click and it just works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
So put up the presentation and then we can start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So after some delay, we are back and we can start with the presentation. Let me
So the actual restart did work. So if your sub doesn't work, just restart the system. So now we are going to see a presentation from Hitesh about the intelligent app development at scale with AI and Fiori elements.
Okay,
The floor is yours.
So I hope you can hear me good. So welcome to the TAIEFY event. So just wanted to say, it took me a while to figure out what does TAIEFY mean. It's the AI event for you. So these are the starting words that were used on the website. So welcome everyone to the session on intelligent app development at scale with AI and SAP Fiori elements. As we have lost some time, let's get straight to the agenda for today and let's get started. So. Oh, sorry. But before that, there is a disclaimer slide, as usual, with all SAP session that you might have seen. So we'll just keep it for a second, so you'll take a quick note of that. And now straight to the agenda. So if you think you know SAP Fiori, let me surprise you. I'm going to talk about SAP Fiori elements and SAP Fiori tools and how it can help you deliver and build enterprise-grade applications at scale. Then we are going to look into the 2 AI use cases, the Project Accelerator and MCP Server for SAP Fiori. So first, introduction to SAP Fiori elements, because many times I have heard when I ask somebody, oh, do you know SAP Fiori elements? Answer is yes, but not really, because the words start with SAP Fiori, and you think you know SAP Fiori, but we are going to talk about SAP Fiori elements. This is the backbone of thousands of applications that SAP has delivered over a period of years. So let's start with a small history. SAP Fiori was released back in 2013, and then we started with tens of SAP Fiori applications. But as the demand for UX grew, we scaled from tens of applications to thousands of applications today. Now just imagine, how can one build so many applications, and that too with enterprise-grade functionality, right? So if you are wondering, oh, I will just have a team which will use SAP UI5 and now start building applications, good luck with that, because you have to take care of a lot of things. You have to make sure that each application looks nice. You have to take care of all the upgrades that come with it. You have to make sure that your apps are consistent so that the users are not confused. There is a go button. One app, the go button is on the right. On the other app, the go button is down, somewhere down. So you are completely stuck, right? So you cannot just have teams and making SAP Fiori applications just by using freestyle coding and using SAP UI5. This does not work, right? And that's the reason why SAP Fiori Elements was introduced. It's a framework built on top of SAP UI5, which helps you build many applications very quickly. So, but let's also talk about SAP Fiori. What does SAP Fiori mean? So SAP Fiori is a design system. It's a design system for the web, for the mobile, and also for the conversational UX. It represents the tools and technologies that are used to build SAP applications. So, and we use this design system also across all of our SAP products, from Concur to Ariba to S/4HANA, and so on. But our focus today is on this part, which is building SAP Fiori Elements application with SAP Fiori tools and AI. So let's have a quick look at how many Fiori Elements application exists right now. So just into 2508, 96% of SAP applications were created with SAP Fiori Elements. So when we started, assumption was, okay, only 80% of the cases fit to SAP Fiori Elements, but we can see that SAP Fiori Elements is the way to go. In 2000, with SAP S/4HANA 2602, 91% of applications were created with SAP Fiori Elements. And if you just look at the numbers of applications generated with the help of Application Generator, almost 500,000 applications were created with Project Generator, and that to Fiori Elements. And we can see there's a big chunk of community out there using RAP projects, so we'll also have a nice keynote in the evening, so you should wait for that. And I will also make an announcement what we have for RAP today. So, and just looking at the AI-generated projects, 19,000 applications were generated with the help of Project Accelerator, which I'm also going to demo now. So why SAP Fiori Elements? It boosts developer productivity by making sure that developers do not focus on the front-end coding, and the heavy lifting is done by the Fiori Elements framework, and the developers can focus on the business logic and ensuring, yeah. And this also helps maintain UX consistency, which I also talked about, and also enterprise readiness. Also quickly, what I mean with enterprise readiness is that all Fiori Elements applications have product standards compliance by default, so accessibility, internationalization, security checks, everything that you need, right? And all the functionalities as well. So you don't have to take care of all these functionality like variant management, filtering, searching, draft enablement. All this is taken care by the Fiori Elements framework for you. Okay, so in a nutshell, SAP Fiori Elements is a framework built on top of SAP UI5. The main idea being that you, as a developer, provide the OData and the OData service and the annotations, and the UI is generated at runtime. So you don't need to spend time on the front-end coding. The heavy lifting is done by the Fiori Elements framework. So that's how we do it. Then let's quickly. So when I talk about annotations, you might wonder, oh, what are annotations? Let me just quickly mention it. So annotations define the behavior, the semantics. So it will help you define the behavior and the semantics for application. So you can say, okay, I have a field which should be an email, right? So, and then the Fiori Elements framework will take care of how it should be displayed on the UI. So you don't need to worry about the front-end part. You can define, okay, I need 4 fields together, so you can define it as an annotation, and these fields will be grouped together and shown on the UI. You can also define the behavior of an entity, which is if you want the entity to be in edit mode, then you can just define that, and there will be an edit button on the screen. So these are some of the examples of annotations. So UI line item, if you need a table, if you can use a UI field group, if you need to group fields together, and if you need a chart, you use a chart. But now you might ask, oh, annotations, now I have to remember annotations. Not so good, right? Because now you learn from SAP UI5, now you want to learn annotations, and you might wonder, okay, what do I do with it? So we already started with SAP Fiori Elements, which is a framework which helps you build a lot of Fiori applications, but now you need annotation. So we don't stop there. We also help you with that by providing SAP Fiori tools. So SAP Fiori tools help you develop SAP Fiori Elements applications so SAP Fiori tools are a set of extensions on VS Code and Business Application Studio, which will, if you are kickstarting your SAP Fiori journey, SAP Fiori Elements is the way to go, and you can do so by using SAP Fiori tools. So very quickly, let's also talk about SAP Fiori Elements for OData v4. So SAP Fiori Elements work with OData, which is Open Data Protocol, and there are 2 versions of it, OData v2 and OData v4. So I'm now going to focus on the SAP Fiori Elements for OData v4. So we used to say that SAP Fiori, if you have a use case which fits to a standard floor plan, then you can always start with a standard pattern and then add building blocks. So building blocks are something that are available with SAP Fiori Elements for OData v4, which allows you to extend your Fiori Elements application by adding common patterns like table, chart, filter bar, anywhere in your application that you want. So, but this is not true anymore. Fiori Elements internally is also built of building blocks. So when you create a Fiori Elements application, you are choosing a predefined set of configurations of a building block, which and you can also create a custom page, and then use building blocks there, right? So you have a lot of flexibility. It's not like, oh, I have a specific. So my UX has set me, oh, I need to have this scenario and that scenario. You can always start with a Fiori Elements application. Okay, what happens now? So Teams wants to start. Okay, good. So let's see. Now coming to the future a little bit. So currently you can always start with a floor plan. So we are going to provide you a converter which will allow you to convert your existing Fiori Elements applications into a building block. Then with this you will be able to move your building blocks. You will be able to delete some building blocks, and you will also be able to adjust or add new building blocks as you wish. So the foundation of SAP Fiori Elements is building blocks. And when I say building blocks, I mean the standard control. So I mean table, the chart, the filter bar, and everything. So basically we allow you now with building blocks to use the annotation-driven capabilities without being tied to a standard floor plan. So you can always create a floor plan, add a custom section or a custom page, and while retaining the annotation-driven capabilities, you can still use building blocks. Yeah, so, and of course, building blocks we'll also envisage building blocks as something that we will use for generative AI in the future, because when we have building blocks, we can use these building blocks to create UI on the runtime. So that's something that also helps us. So let's quickly take a look into the newly introduced SAP Fiori development portal, which is your one-stop shop for knowing things about SAP Fiori elements and also about building blocks. So let me quickly show you what I mean by that. So, okay, let's go to browser. Okay, so you can just go to Google and type SAP SAP Fiori development portal, and you will land on this page. So what I just explained is also mentioned here. So you can start with the standard floor plan, or you can start with a custom page, or you can combine both of these together. So you're not tied to either or. So here you see we have an introduction page which explains, which shows you some building blocks. So there is a field building block, a table building block. So you can click on it, and then here you will see we have this building block that I mentioned. So we have a field, form, table, filter bar, microchart. It also explains some of the global patterns like draft handling, message handling, draft validation, side effects, and then also gives information on the standard floor plans, how you can use extensions. If you need a custom page, you can also do your custom page. And then, of course, the SAP Fiori tools, which helps developers, if you are starting your Fiori journey, to make it easier. So let's quickly take a look at one of the building blocks. So let's say a filter bar building block. So if I go here, on the right-hand side, you see we have some introduction here, then also a sample. So this is the filter bar. You can press go. So this is a live sample. And we also make sure that there are various kinds of examples. So we have example for cup. We have a sample code for RAP as well, and also XML. Then you have some filter. And if you want to see how it is where it is defined in the code, you can just go to show code, and you will see that in the fragment I have defined this macro. So when I say building blocks, they use this namespace macros, and they're defined here. So yeah, and of course there is live run here, and there are additional functionalities like fine tuning. So you can go here and change various features. For example, live mode is set to off, but I can set to turn it on, and you see suddenly the effect was there. So I can also configure some of the features of this building block. Okay, then coming to the slides again. So this was all about building blocks. So 3 points to remember. SAP Fiori element should be your first choice when you're starting your Fiori journey. Building blocks help you extend your Fiori elements applications. And third, SAP Fiori tools support you in developing SAP Fiori elements application. Okay, so this was all a little bit about presentation. Now let's jump into the AI part. So we don't stop here. We introduce Fiori elements, we introduce Fiori tools, we have building blocks. Now what? Now we want to further help you kickstart your application development. And for that, I would like to introduce SAP Fiori Tools Project Accelerator. And what do I mean by Project Accelerator? Project Accelerator takes your business requirements and transform it into a full-fledged Fiori elements application. So you don't need to start everything from scratch, think about entities, and then define it in your RAP or CAP, and create a data model, create an OData service, and then create a Fiori elements UI on top, and then start fine-tuning it. If you are in a customer bootcamp, let's say, or if you have a UX designer which gives you who gives you kind of an image image from a Figma, you can take that, or you can just draw something on the whiteboard. If you had a whiteboard, I could also draw something here, and then, or you could also just write some text. You can just write a small paragraph. So basically, it will help you convert your idea and kickstart your Fiori development. So let's quickly take a look at the demos. So let's see here. So I am going to Business Application Studio. So now the internet is working, so we are all good. I could demo it, and I'm also good on time. So no issue. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I need to bring that here. And now the thing is, I need to do it from here, okay. That's a little bit weird, okay. Can I do that? No? How can I make that better? Let's see. It is actually mirroring, but maybe I can. No. Or I will just, no, that becomes a little bit difficult. So let's see. Okay, so I think there's no problem. I could try to do it from here. Okay. So yeah, I am on Business Application Studio, and what I'm going to do is, yeah, okay. So first of all, I would like to show you the various kind of input that we can upload into Project Accelerator. So I already showed you some of the image in my slide, but I could also show you various other kind of inputs. So this is one of the demo I did before SAP. So I created an app for Demo Olympics, and I just sketched something on the paper, and I wanted a Fiori Elements application out of it. I just uploaded it, and I also then took some audience input. So it was very easy. So you could also make something like this. You can upload. No, this is all good. So you can also upload something like this, which has some sticky notes on it. Because this can, of course, happen, right? If you're in bootcamp, you're brainstorming an idea, and you come up with some requirements and some documents, and you now want to make an application out of it. So, and yeah, something like this as well. Or you can also have an MD file, which is kind of describing, yeah, I need a list report application. If you know what you really need, then you can start with like that and say, OK, it should look like this. Then I need an object page, which should have some details like this. And yeah. So while we are at Booking.com, let's make an application which could run in a background for managing travels. So let me quickly just start by, oops, no window. I wanted to open a folder here. So let's use an empty folder, booking event. Sorry, not this one. This is, so open folder, and I have Project Accelerator demo. OK, good. So let's use this folder, so that's empty. Maybe I can do it like that. That's much easier for me. So you have to come up with some things. So where is my mouse now? Here. It's a little bit slow, but I think it will do the trick. So let's start Project Accelerators. How do you do that? I just open my command palette, and I say Fiori Tools, launch Project Accelerator. Okay, that much better was from here, because here I can see it. So as I announced, so earlier we had only the CAP accelerator. And just a few weeks ago, I'm happy to announce that we have also released Project Accelerator for RAP. And this will allow you to connect to your system and destination and generate all the ABAP artifacts directly from here. So we can also quickly show you what I mean. So I have Eclipse open here. Let me open Eclipse. So while Eclipse is getting open, I will just choose here the ABAP destination. It can be both. So yeah. So yeah, let's give a SAP UI. So this is the name of the application that you will deploy. So I could just say z_TAIEFY event. And then I can choose my existing package, which I will also show you a minute. So open logon in the browser. It needs to log me in. OK, all this works good. OK, let's go back here. So, and then I will choose, OK, then I could also want to show you the Eclipse, right? So here I have, in one of the favorite packages, I have created an empty package, which is z_, sorry, here. So z_TAIEFY event, and you can see currently it is empty. It has no artifacts. There's nothing, no behavior definition, no data service, nothing, right? So, and then let's go here. And now I will use the same package that I just showed you, which is empty. So I can just choose this package here. And that's it. So, and now you have some optional fields which you can, you fill in. So I can just use SAP and AI event. And let's just connect. OK, so now we have the accelerator, and I can upload here my business requirements. So in this case, let me choose an image. So let's go to booking event. Let's choose an image based on requirements. So let's choose book managed travels PNG. OK, so let me also show you what I mean. So managed travel. So I have an image here. So this is a Figma mockup that I got from UX. It shows me a filter bar. It has some. It has a table with some columns: travel, agency, customer, start date, end date, and so on. And now I have just uploaded this to the project accelerator, and that's it. Now I'm going to press generate, and it will now start the process of generating application. So there are 8 steps here. So you can see, so what is happening behind the scene, let me quickly show it to you as well. OK, so behind the scenes, the requirements has been now, the image has been encoded. And now, so whether it's an image or a text, depending on that, it will be encoded. And the first thing is to determine whether it's a valid Fiori application. So can we make a Fiori elements out of it? If yes, then the process continues. Then LLM classifies this image and finds out what are the entities that it needs to generate. It will create the data model. It will create the OData service. And also, it will create then the Fiori elements UI on top. So, and then you could further enhance this with notations, manifest changes, and of course, use Fiori tools to generate this app further. So, of course, when we see the application, it will already generate the annotations and the metadata required to see the Fiori elements UI. Let's cancel this one. OK, so here we are already at step 4. We could also see what is happening. If we open the output, so let's go to terminal, let's go to output, and then see here, select here SAP Fiori Tools AI. So it should show everything here in a minute. OK, so you see now it's generating RAP OData v4 service, and we should also see something getting populated up here in a minute. Oops, nothing to import. I see it. Ah, that's good. OK, so still looks pretty good. So imagine doing this. Imagine doing this yourself. So I mean, it will take now, let's say, 5 minutes or so. But if you are able to, if you wanted to do this yourself, I think it will take pretty much a lot of time to do this. So that's definitely still faster than doing all of this manually. So let's see, it should come up here. So we have the log level set, info as well. OK, good. So yeah, I think these are the steps which takes a little bit more time, but I think we will be done in a minute or so. OK, but while that, I will also show you one of the code. So in one of the partner sessions, we got this code. So what you showed today would have saved me a few days. It looks almost exactly the same as what I have been coding for the last few days. And let's see where we are. It's still on step number 4, yeah? Yeah, we see something here. You see, ABAP service call, finding the OData service for service Z, SAP. This is the prefix that I gave, and the AI event. Oh, and an anchor file. So reading some, there was some error. OK. OK, so yeah, happens. So demo effect now. We came this far, so that's still good. But if not, we could also just go to the CapEx because that's a little bit still faster at the moment. We can try that, but sorry for that. But I think we could still take a look. There might be something getting created here. So there are some artifacts, but somehow the connection was not so right. And there is also actually already an app created. Here you can see, because the process did not complete fully, maybe because of the technical of the network delay or so. This, I think it's because of the network delay, because I have experienced this 1 or 2 times before. But let's not worry. Let's just go to a CAP accelerator and just use the same image there, manage travels, and then generate. So here also it will do the same things, the same at 8 steps. So it will now generate a CAP model using LLM, and in a matter of, so this is very fast, in a matter of minutes, because it doesn't need to contact the ABAP backend and generate some artifacts there. It will be done very quickly. Okay, so while this is getting generated, so we are already on step 4, generating some mock data. Okay, so, yeah. Yes, definitely. So let's take a look at RUP objects. So yeah, we have the business services here. Let's see some CDS. No, you could just generate, and it will. It depends on the ABAP package. You can use the same ABAP package and then generate it. It will create the artifacts here, so you don't need to restart. So you can just use it. Use the same package. Okay, so here it's a little bit faster. So it's already installing the node modules, and in a matter of seconds, yeah, we have also the CAP application, and here you go. So we have a CAP application now. So I think the important was that we can do it with the CAP, also do it with the RAP. So, and then now we can proceed. So we have now application information page, which shows you some important details. You can now open page map, which is what I was talking about, the Fiori tools part. So you see we got a list report and we got an object page. So now let's quickly start the preview of the application to see that it is exactly what we needed. So yeah, so we have an AI-generated application for managing travels. Yeah, it looks pretty close to what I just uploaded. It has a filter bar, it has a book, it has a table with travel, agency, customer, some mock data, which is very nice, and also travel status. You can go inside. There's also a full-fledged object page. And if you look at what's been generated, you see it's a full-fledged CAP application with all the data model, mock data, and also the Fiori elements application is here. So let's also enable this maybe a CAP project so that we can now enhance it further and see some changes. So good, so we have the running application. Now what? Now let me show you the MCP server part, because that's what we didn't talk about. So let's quickly jump right into the demo for the MCP server. So yesterday, you might have learned more about MCP, and there was also a question, everyone has their own definition of MCP. So I think the simplest would be to just go to the official website, Model Context Protocol, and just see there what it explains. So if you just see here, Model Server Protocol, it is divided into, it has 3 main parts: the tools, the resources, and the prompts. And there's also an example for searching flights. Maybe Booking.com can make use of that. So that would be something. Maybe it's already there. But let's see here. So now let's come here. So I'm going to focus on the Fiori MCP server, because that's what we deliver. So we have the search docs tool, which gives you access to the Fiori elements documentation, the annotation, the Fiori tools documentation, and this will allow you to, and so this will help our coding assistant, which could be Klein or a Copilot, to have a structured access to information, because usually LLM does not know the real-time information because the framework changes, the API changes, and we need to ensure that LLM has access to all the latest APIs and the documentation. So that's why MCP servers also help you save token cost, because you might keep on iterating, and it will take a while to get your desired output. But if you have access to MCP server, it is clear. It becomes very easier to modify your application. So we have the search docs tool, then we have the list Fiori applications tool, then we have the list functionality. It will get the functionality, and it will also execute the functionality. So what I just showed with Project Accelerator could also be actually done with MCP server. So you can connect a Figma MCP server and say, oh, here is my Figma. I got it from UX, and say, create me a Fiori elements application based on this Figma design. This would also be possible. So these are the tools from Fiori MCP server. Let me quickly then Yeah, so let's quickly just jump right in. So I have also enabled the MCP server usage. I'm using Claude 4.5 on that. And we have the plan and the act mode. So I would just say, so you see currently when I restart the application, yeah, data is loaded, but when I open it, the object page is fully open. But let's assume we want a flexible column layout where you see the list report on the side and object page on the right? So this you could, of course, do it with yourself. And if you just look for flexible column layout documentation, it's a big page. Yeah, and you'll also have fun with enabling if you don't know how to do it. So you can do it with Fiori tools, which is also one-click tool. But let me show you how you can do it with MCP server. I can just say enable FCL layout for AI created app, right? So and just press enter. So here I have now now the LLM and will use the MCP server. Because I have mentioned here, yeah, so we have access to MCP servers as well, and yeah, just some thinking behind it, and we'll get a plan. So you can review the plan, and if the plan is good, you can just switch to act mode, and it will execute it. So currently we have nothing in our Git changes. So yeah, so it comes up with a plan. It says, oh yeah, I have analyzed the AI created app and gather information about enabling FCL. Here's my plan. So plan to enable FCL. So I want to change the CPF library, add FCL root view, configure FCL router, update routing information, and so on and so forth, right? So then let's just go to the act mode. Yeah, and in a couple of seconds, we will see some changes appearing here. Of course, we also see directly from the client tool. Yeah, now it does its magic, and we will see that once it is enabled, we can see the changes also. Yeah, so we can see the changes here. So it did a couple of changes, right? So yeah, you need to know what needs to be done. So it is not so easy, but changes have been done, and you can just refresh my application here, and it works, right? So you now have flexible column layout enabled in your application. So furthermore, you could also, so now as we are reaching the end of my session, so I had a lot of things to show, but we lost 15 minutes. I'm not sure if it's the hard cut, but we could also add a chart here. So I could also show you that part, because I think that's definitely interesting. So I have quickly prepared a prompt that will help me. So we can add an analytical chart column to the list report page that displays the average price per destination. So let's copy this. So currently we have a list of travels, but we don't see a chart which shows, okay, for this destination, this is the average price. I could also just come here and let me be this time directly be in act mode. Let's not see the plan because I think we are in a hurry. So we can just believe it will do the right thing. And once we see the chart, we are happy that, oh, there's a chart, and we can trust that, oh, it did the right thing. So if you're bothered by this, a lot of thinking that LLM has been doing, you could also just then quickly disable the, enable the auto compact mode. Then you just see the plan that it creates and doing that it does. Okay, so client had one file. Yeah, still doing something. Okay, so there was a pop-up because there is, and behind the scenes, if you use a CAP project in application model, there are also advanced features enabled, which allows you to, because if you generate a project later, it's a greenfield approach, right? You start from scratch, and now you say, hey, I forgot one column in my image, what do I do now? Either you could use MCP, or you could also directly use the click tools from Fiori tools and say, okay, add a new column, and it will do all the changes in the entire stack. So it's not just to adding annotation, but it will do all the changes in the entire stack. So this is the advanced features, which I haven't shown. But this only works if you have not modified your application manually. So that's why there was a pop-up, because LLM is, our agent is modifying the application directly. That's why it asked, oh, do you want to proceed? So that's why I said, yeah, proceed. Okay. So I think we are almost done, and the task is completed. Let's see if it worked. And yes, it worked. So we now have a chart. So yeah, I think doing this manually also would be very difficult, because charts, for me, it's always scary. But yeah, I think now it is much more faster with agent decoding and the Fiori MCP server. So okay, so we can, it works. Yeah, everything works fine. Yeah, we have all the flexible column layout enabled. And one more thing, I think LLM would also say you that having a flexible column layout and chart together is not nice because there are some issues. So it will still tell you this if you read through it. So it also reads, because from documentation, it knows that FCL and chart can cause some issue. That's why it also inform you. But for now, it works. And yeah, that's, I think, one of the demos I would like to show quickly. And yeah, so let's come in quickly to the quick recap. So I showed you the Fiori Tools Project Accelerator and the MCP server for SAP Fiori. So Project Accelerator was used in a greenfield, and MCP server could be used both in greenfield as well as brownfield approach. So Project Accelerator is very simple. It runs a sequence of steps. You saw there were 8 steps. It analyzes the image, starts gathering entities, and starts creating the data model, load data service, and the Fiori Elements application. But MCP server is much more flexible. You could use agentic coding and then enable multiple MCP servers. So we'll also have a session on the UFM MCP server from Florian next. So you will also see some powerful capabilities there. So, and yeah. So that's quickly about the differentiation between the Project Accelerator and MCP server for Fiori. So and also here 3 things to remember. So when you use when used correctly, AI can definitely help boost productivity, right? And MCP servers help you reduce costs and errors because when you use a client agentic tool, it provides it's not just doing some random guessing or analyzing what the next token should be. It has the context, it has the tools available, which guides the LLM to do the right thing. And all of the MCP servers that you will see are provided by SAP as open source, as node modules, so you could just go and use it right away. And for Q2, we are also going to release MCP server for RAP. I'm not sure if I mentioned it somewhere, but I just wanted to highlight that part as well because we have a big RAP community. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, I would also just mention, if you are interested in knowing more about SAP Fiori Elements, tools, and the AI, so we have a SAP Fiori development roundtable where customers and partners join each month, second Wednesday of each month. So you can sign up with this link here, and it's like a 1-hour call where you will be able to meet a lot of great colleagues there, and where partners and customers are sharing their demos, experiences, questions. So I would highly recommend that you join this Fiori Development Roundtable. So we have it, this is for the European rooms. We have also one for Asia Pacific zone, but here I would like to focus on this one because I think that would meet most of the time. Yeah, it would fit best for most of you all. So with that, I'm done with my presentation, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. So you even managed to catch up in time. That's really, really good. It's really good. So thank you for the presentation and for the demos. It was really nice to see how we can do CAP. We already could for things, but now also RAP is added to it. I think that's a real added value. So in here.
So if you have any questions, feel free to catch me. I'm around. So yeah, because now we don't have much time, but you can always ask me something.
This one is for you.
Thank you very
much. Also the Olala Chocolat. And another last applause for you. Thank you very much to be on stage in here. And then we are going for lunch, but before we go to lunch, I will tell you that in this room, we will start at 1:45. So 1:45, with there are no bugs, only poor specified prompts. So that's a statement, I think. So that's an interesting one. But to make it more difficult, on the other side, we have from prompt to production, agentic SAP UI5 development with a UI5 MCP server. So let's have a break. Let's have something to eat and a thought about your next track in here or besides. Thank you very much and see you after lunch.
So literally, it's just a case of turning on the top, and if you want to do a quick sound check, that'd be great. Testing. 1, 2. Yeah. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. Keep it on. So there we are again in the second part of this Tuesday, and we all had a nice lunch. So that's really good. We had some conversations, and well, I was trying to make the joke. Before the lunch, we had hugs, and after lunch, we had bugs. But there are no bugs, so let's see how Robin will proceed. There are no bugs, only poor specified prompts. Robin,
Yes.
the floor is yours.
Well, that's a provocative statement, I think, but yeah, I think we all maybe experienced it. You also read it from on Reddit probably, or online, or from colleagues, or even yourself maybe, that I tried AI, but it just didn't work. Now, actually, in my experience, since a year or so, the problem is actually not the AI, but the problem is me, or actually the prompts I used. Think about it this way. If I give a junior developer like a two-line statement, build this on this, would you expect that the junior developer would come up with something great? No, I don't think so. The junior developer will maybe think about what I might envision and goes his way and then presents something later, and that's not what I wanted. Now, it's the same with AI. That's basically the topic of this talk. I would state that the issue is not with the AI, but with the way we communicate with the AI. The problem is actually a communication problem, not a technical problem. So, the buggy AI illusion and why your instructions are the problem. So, if the AI is not buggy and the prompt is the real issue, then what is a prompt actually? Now, a prompt actually is nothing more than a specification. It's a set of requirements. As Vitaly told this morning, intent-based development, that's what we want to do. We want to have a strict specification. The boundaries should be straight. That's how we should communicate with the AI. It should be unambiguous. It should never be fake. It should be up for only one final conclusion, and that's what we should strive for. Going back to that junior developer, let's say we specify him like make a user input validation. That's it. That's also how we sometimes communicate with an AI. Now the AI would then imagine what we want and come up with something. But imagine if we have a prompt like, okay, I want a material input validation. Material number is exactly 18 characters, starts with a letter, and if it returns null, it should throw an exception. Then you already have the boundaries for a more exact or more, how would you say, final result of what you actually envisioned. So be very specific about how you state your prompts. It's the same task, but more specific. So that's what most frustrations come from: fake, ambiguous instructions and not the model limitations. Like I said, developer builds the wrong thing. AI is not different. So if prompts are really specifications, then how should we write better ones? Now the thing here is, this is 5 things that I use in my daily work for the last year, and I use it every day. So it's come from my personal experience. Your mileage may vary, but this is what works in my case, and I will demo that later. So a good prompt shares DNA with good requirements. We as Who's a developer in this room? Quite a lot. Ah, I love it. Thank you. We as developers, we already know how to write good specifications. We know how to review code. We know how to write unit tests, although we might not like it, but we know how to do that. Now, it's the same with talking to AI. Be very specific in your tests, in your acceptance criteria, what you want to expect from the AI. And that also goes beyond code, for instance. If you want, for instance, an analysis report, then specify, okay, I want a table with the column with the risk, with a description and a rating, or for instance, I have another example on my notes. Oh yeah, if you want to have a code review, for instance, so looking at someone else's code, then say to the AI, okay, if you do a review, then give me the line number, give me the specifics or the severity. If you are in marketing, you can imagine, but be very specific. I will repeat that mantra several times during this session. The cost of anyone know how to pronounce this? Ambiguity? Ambiguity, sorry. That's the one, yeah. So, first one was be explicit about the structure. Second one is provide context and extra, what's the word? Constraints. If you provide those contexts, 1 second actually. I think I mixed up my slides. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't paying attention to my slides. So, context and constraints. You know what to expect from your from the AI, so write that down. Say if you want TypeScript function, then specify you want TypeScript. If you want an OData metadata or an CAP entity, specify your OData metadata. If you want a JavaScript doc in the function, specify so. So be very specific in your constraints. Also explain it what not to do. So if you have, for instance, say if you work with UI5, then say do not use versions 1.120 or below, for instance. Or if you have error handling in a certain way, specify so. So be very specific about those constraints. Give examples. AI researchers call this few shot. I would call it just like, yeah, provide what you want. Say the same thing you would do with a junior developer that gets onboarded on the team. You would say, this is what a good pull request looks like, and this is what a rejected pull request like. Do you see the difference? Same with AI. Give examples of what you expect, but also what is wrong. And think in steps. Don't give a 1,000-line prompt to the AI. I mean, and expect it to build Rome in one day. But yeah, slice it up in really small steps. First, do the scaffolding. Then write a unit test. Then do this function, do that function. Make it very small, but work step by step through those, through your features. And this is also very important. Iterate and don't restart. I should have brought some water. Can you maybe a glass of water? What I mean by iterate, don't restart is I see a lot of developers giving the AI a request and it doesn't work. Try it again, and then throw it all away and start over. That's not how I would do it. It's a conversation. It's not like you have a document with a typo and you tear the document apart. You just start with a conversation. Have the AI learn. Yeah, thank you. Have the AI learn from your intent. it is, like I said, it is a conversation. It's not one shot and then, it's not working, throw it away, start over. And I would say, in the SAP context, I think it's really valuable to provide your OData, metadata, your domain model, your CAP entities, because then the AI has your domain knowledge as well and can build upon that. Now, this is something that all developers love, test-driven development. Although I think most developers don't like to implement it because it involves a lot of writing and a lot of boilerplate work. But in the age of AI, I think test-driven development is one of the two pillars that is the basis for success. Use AI to come up with a test suite, validate it yourself, but a lot of the writing can already be done up front. You only have to check for yourself if it's correct or not. But also start with the test criteria, because in my opinion, test criteria is the acceptance criteria. If those are right, then you know what to expect. And if you cannot define up front what is correct or what is the acceptance criteria, then I don't think you're ready to start prompting already. Full stop. If you can define what you want, you can write them down in acceptance criteria, and then you can define them in test criteria. Yeah, and this is something like I said, generate test first with AI, because it is a huge time saver. I will show this in a minute. Because this is the first pillar I wanted to talk about. So write the test first before writing the application. And then the second pillar is specification-driven development. Now, if test-driven development is writing the tests first before you write the application, then spec-driven development is writing the specification first before you do the development. The specification is actually the single point of truth. It can be anything actually. It can be a markdown file, a YAML file. I sometimes do it even in a code comment as a basis, but it should describe the behavior of what you expect. And the good thing about this single source of truth is that that specification can be reused. You can store it in your repository. As an example, I was 2 weeks ago. I was working on a CAP endpoint. It was quite extensive, but I wrote the specification. Took me about 20 minutes. So the endpoint behavior, the logic it should do, the testing, the validation. Took me about 20 minutes to write that specification. Now, I fed that to the AI. It was almost right for 90%, so 1 or 2 iterations after that, and it was done. So I was 20 minutes of writing specification, 5 minutes of iterating, saved me about maybe 2.5 hours of coding, which is time I could then use for other things. But the specification then also became the single point of truth, because a week after, a coworker of mine said, hey, but why does this endpoint gives negative values in this way? And I said, look at that specification, because that's how it was defined in the user story, and that's written down and stored in the repo. And that was, how do you say, reviewable. So imagine talking to an AI only via a chat, which gets removed after 3 weeks or a month. This is something that stays with your code. And it is reusable. Let's say that feature would change in the future. I would only have to change that specification, say to the AI, hey, look at those changes, and implement those changes. And will be done in like 5 minutes. Now, another thing we definitely hate is refactoring legacy code. Anyone here who likes refactoring legacy code? I don't see any fingers, not surprising actually. No, we all know this, right? We've seen, I'm not an ABAP guy, but I can read it, and I've seen ABAP code from many years ago, thousands of lines long, big if-else chain of procedures. One of my, I'm coming from a Java background, so I was working with Java lately for a project I did in, before I started as a freelancer actually, but they remembered me. And I could not remember my own code. I mean, I was also a bit more junior, of course, so, but I fed it to the AI. I said like, okay, this is my code. This is what I think it should do. Can you explain it to me? So first, let the AI explain, okay, what is this? And don't start with feeding it every line of code, because if you feed an AI like tens of thousands of lines of code, then it will definitely hallucinate, and that's not what you want. But also explain, this is the code, few lines, and then explain in English what you think it is, and let the AI validate if that's true what you're saying. And then, try to refactor it. One tip here, not sure if I mentioned it. No, I didn't mention it. But if you refactor legacy code, and if it's possible, also try to make it generate a unit test suite first for that specific function. So if you start refactoring, you have always that test to fall back on if something breaks. So that's again the testing part. And this is, I used it also on 50-year-old assembler logic. If you're really a nerd like me, there's this Apollo 11 lunar model guidance computer source code. It's on the internet. It's in assembler, 50, 55 years old. Really interesting. I think my audio. Am I? Yeah. So you can use it even with code that's an AI is not trained with, but it can definitely understand it and help you understand that legacy code. Now, one final topic I want to touch on before I think I go to the demo. No, not yet, but detecting malicious or risky patterns. Of course, you can also use AI to find security gaps. I mean, how often have we not for instance, on a Friday afternoon, a pull request comes in from a colleague, it's like 400 lines of code, and you basically skim through it, looks okay-ish, okay, it's 550, approve. But have you really looked at it? If you would have fed it to an AI, they would see, there's a cross-site scripting error, or this is not according to the coded standards, or here they used double quotes instead of single quotes, or whatever. An AI does not get tired. An AI is never slacking, my appearance. That's basically where you, what I call shifting security to the left. You already catch security issues during development instead of when it's in production. And the benefit is those reviews you create in a prompt or in a specification is also, again, reviewable. So if you have like a good prompt where you know it was working for a security review, save that file, reuse it. Same with code analysis or vulnerability injections, or I think it's a Dutch regulation or EU regulation, the NIS2. Not sure if anyone has heard about it. It's a cybersecurity assessment where certain application websites need to fulfill. Do a NIS2 assessment for your application or your website. It works like a charm, and having those specifications files or those templates available to your team or to your company, that also brings it to a higher level. It's not the individual that's now empowered, but it's now an organizational capability. Yeah, like I said, indeed, reusable prompt libraries. I touched upon it already a little bit. If you have these reusable instructions, it is an empowerment to your, not only to the employee, but to everyone who can use it. I use a structure called, I think it was used to called agents in the past. Now it's called, or I used to call it skill MD files. It's basically a set of templates where I structure prompts or instructions that worked really well for me. It's for code review, it's for code analysis, it's for finding security holes, for data anomalies in my HANA cloud environment. I have one for updating documentation. We all like to document, right? So based on the latest Git hash of my documentation and the hash I'm on now, is my documentation still up to date? If it's not updated, I mean it's reusable, and not only for me, but for everyone who has access to those to those structured files. And like I said, this is beyond the individual, but it becomes an organizational capability. Yeah, now the proof, of course, is in the pudding. Yesterday, and I think today, I mentioned to quite some people that my success rate with AI is 99.99999%, which I hope I will show to you. So I've prepared a, don't lock it. I've prepared a little CAP demo. It's a public repo. The link is on the last slide if you want to try it out for yourself. But the use case is this is an application that shows recipes with the ingredients, but recipes have a certain amount of serving. So, for instance, a pasta bolognese, for example, for 4 servings, you have this amount of ingredients. However, sometimes it's a tablespoon or a leaf of basil, or so if you want to increase it to, for instance, to 5 persons, you would not use 1.2 leaves of basil, for instance, or 0.667 tablespoon. So the logic I want to try to show here is that I want to scale my recipes. It is in the comment here. Using, I'm not sure if it's legible. Yeah, it's light enough, right? So it should use proper quantity scaling, but also smarter scaling. Also, if I go from 4 servings to 40 servings, and I go from 2 tablespoons, I don't want to go to 20 tablespoons. No, I should go to a cup maybe, or kilograms maybe. You get where I want to go, right? So how would I do this? Because this is just the comment in the function. I have prepared 3 MD files. One is the product owner, one is the technical architect, and one is the developer. Now, what does the product owner do? The product owner agent, quote, quote, is not really an agent, but in GitHub they call it agents. What it does is it takes the requirement and writes it down in a product requirement document. So it reviews my request, generates the feature, and if it has enough information, it should structure it in a product requirement document with all these topics. So I don't have a proper user story, of course, so let's see what it will generate, but also the acceptance criteria. This is actually a shortcut. Normally you would write the PRD yourself, but for time constraints, I will just show it and let's see what it generates. So let me switch to my product owner, and then I say, I should have copied this actually. For the, what was it called? Let's see. So this is just my prompt, but based on what I specified in this product owner MD file. Sorry? Ah, good catch. Now let's see what it does. So the AI is now using this, I wouldn't say a persona, but this instruction of, okay, I have this comment and it should now work on this. It will now probably, hopefully, create a PRD in a docs folder. I don't have that docs folder yet, I think. No, but it should generate it. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. It's, like I said, 99.99999% success, but it's already creating the file, it seems. This is agent mode. There is indeed, like you said, there's also in GitHub Copilot a planning mode. I deliberately chose not to use planning mode to show how the different personas work in this case. It is part of the repository, so if you are interested, then you can look it for yourself. But also the plan mode in GitHub Copilot is quite powerful. But this way I have a saying on how to do the planning. I can structure my own document in the way I want. If your company, for instance, has a certain way of working or structuring user stories, for instance, or PRDs, you can make up that markup yourself and then have the AI follow it. Yeah, it is finished, and it now asks me to proceed from the product owner to write the technical specification. But let's first look like how the generated PRD looks like. So it's for the skill recipe function, the user wants this and that. So what's the solution to implement that skill recipe function? Impact, blah, blah, blah. Now there's a couple of user personas created. A couple of user stories. You should not map these to actual user stories within your company, but this is for the agents to work on. Now this is a bit too long for me to go through, but let's just say I'm all good with this. It is now handed off from the product owner to the technical architect. So he can now write the technical specification. So write the technical specification based on the PRD. Oh, let's keep this first and then send it. So now the technical architect agent will write the technical specification. Now, what does the technical architect do? This is rather short, but given the PRD, it will read it, analyze the requirements, and design the technical architecture, system components, implementation approach. Of course, this is just for one function, but it's rather small. But again, the more precise, the better. And it should extract that, create a new spec document, and assure the spec is detailed enough for development team to implement. Now it's creating a to-do. Maybe we can see what it is doing. No, not yet. While this is working, any questions in the meantime? No? Then let's wait until the AI does its magic. I am using, by the way, I see now, I haven't paid attention to it, but I'm using Cloud Opus model from Anthropic. I think I mentioned yesterday to someone that there's a world before Cloud Opus and there's a world after Cloud Opus, because in my experience, Opus is, it's tremendous. It's like watching Star Wars for the first time. It's mind blown. Now, in this case, yes. Little sidestep. In my personal stuff, I also use, maybe you heard about Gastown from Steve Jegge. Gastown is like an orchestrator for multiple, I think it's only for Claude agents. I started with Claude Opus, but then I burned through my tokens within 1 or 2 days or so. Because yeah, it's a premium model. I think it's a multiplier of 3 per request indeed. So yeah, it's taking its time. But there I use Haiku. So Haiku is, I think, the 0.33 times multiplier. So it's perfect for planning. And the actual coding is then maybe Sonnet or Opus based on the requirements. Maybe I should have not used Opus in this case because it will cost me. But yeah, it's. I'm not sure if you have experience with Opus, but I think it's brilliant. Now, I'm not sure why it takes so much time for creating a document. Normally, I can also expand. Oh, here. Ooh, I hope my... that's working. Let's blame it on Booking's Wi-Fi. Now, coming back at, it has nothing to do with this topic, but Gastown is multiple agents working together. They have multiple personas, so there's, I think it's based on Mad Max. So there's a major, that's the persona you talk to with your requirements. Then they have the polecats who oversee the crew who's actually working on, but they have their own Scrum board with their own tasks. They maintain it. You can read that Scrum board, but it's not intent for humans to read. It's just agents passing on work to each other. But also because you're working with multiple agents, it's going to cost you because every agent has its own request, of course. So, now, come on. How am I on the time? I think 10 minutes left. Now, it is a bit slow. Now, while this is working, let me then just switch to my final slide first, because I think the actual implementation is the most fun part. So while the AI is working, I want you to remember basically those mantra of 4 words. So first, it's specify, constrain, validate, and iterate. Specify, always specify what you want, how you want to, what you expect. Be as precise as possible. Constrain, define the boundaries, the framework, what you should expect, acceptance criteria, but also what not to expect, also really important. Validate, the testing part, make sure that along the way also the AI does not change your tests, but validate what happened, and iterate. It's a conversation. It should work on itself. Once that is working, you can, or I did, stop blaming the tool and start improving my own instructions. Because most of the time, or 100% of the time actually, it was not the AI or the tool I was using, it was just I'm being fake. And like I said, it's a communication skill, not a technical trick. So next time you ask something to an AI and it does not behave like you expected, ask yourself, would a junior developer have understood what I was doing? And if it's not, then probably your prompt was not right. So that's the main thing to keep in mind. It written the spec. Now let me skim through it really quickly. So it created a system architectural overview, some nice ASCII art. Normally when I have more time I would go through this, but a bit deeper. But in your line of work, if you do it like this, skim through it, correct it, because there's always corrections needed. For now I will just keep it as is. But this is basically the document it provided based on that specification for the technical design I created. This one, the architect agent. And now I can start implementing it. And what you will now see, hopefully, is that it will create the tests first, after reading the specifications file and the PRD. It will start creating the unit tests for all the edge cases I specified, the acceptance criteria, and then it will start implementing, running the test again, so that red-green refactor mantra from TDD. Can I expand this? If anyone knows how to actually review those to-dos, I would be highly, in the past I was able to actually see those to-dos and see them also checked off, but I'm not sure why it's not showing anymore. Just manually. It's a text file. So it has now created those to the PRD and the spec document. If I say, it should actually be something else, I can just change the document first and then feed it to the AI. But also, this can now be checked into my repo. So if a month later there's a change for this skill recipe function, I can just go to that specification document, or the PRD maybe, change what's needed, and then instruct the AI, hey, these are the changes. Can you implement those changes? In this case, I do a function, but it can also be like, maybe it's too broad to start with build and cap applications for me, but you can, for instance, do it with, okay, I need a new page in my UI5 application, which should show a table, a chart, a link to Google Maps. It will be a huge document. You should be wary that, again, those smaller steps. So I would personally do it per function, but you can perfectly do it for bigger parts. But again, just not make it too big. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. If you can see from the folder structure, there's a document function for all the specifications, and then the subfolder, in this case, skill recipe, which has this combo of the PRD and the spec function. Now it wants me to run the test. Coverage. Not sure if my head is blocking it, but You can see it's running the tests and the coverage. Now it's running the tests and verifies that it all passes. So apparently it created 32 tests. Now it's running the full test suite. So not only the test for this function, but every other test that was probably already existing in this repo. Now let's see how that looks like. Oh, I actually forgot to show that. So this will start my CAP application and UI5 front end. So I have here a list of recipes: banana bread, beef tacos, and here you see the serving size. So for instance here, romaine lettuce, 1 head. I have no idea what head for kind of unit is, but I'm learning here as well. But let's say if I change the servings, you see it's now it's reasonable amounts. Okay, 7/8 cup. Not sure if it's a reasonable amount, but it is something we can work with. So that probably needs some fine tuning. So let's see what the AI has changed for me. Let's move this down. So this scale recipe function. So the comment is now being replaced with constant for rounding steps, scale quantity, and my comment is now being replaced with something usable. And it implemented a whole suite of, 32 apparently test cases based on the criteria I specified in that little code comment. Mm-hmm. It takes a bit more effort to, I think it would then take a bit more effort to write down that full specification and the boundaries and the constraints you will work with. But I'm quite certain, again, this will bring good results. Yeah, and that's it. Ooh, I have no experience. I mean, I worked with SAP for more than 20 years, but I've never written one letter of ABAP. So maybe someone would know, but ABAP Git maybe, or? Yeah, welcome. Any other questions? Ooh, I would say it's depending on the size also of the acceptance criteria. But I would say one good example, one bad example, that's already a good start. If you can think of slight deviations, then 2 good examples, maybe 1 bad example, or 2 bad examples. But won't give it too much examples, because then you overflow the context sooner. So I would say a maximum of 2 in my experience.
Okay, so we're at the end of this thing. What I learned writing specifications is the longer the specification, the complexer the application. So,
not necessarily.
Okay.
No, it's not necessarily. I mean, it can be a really complex application, but still the specification can be quite containable. I mean, it's not about the size, it's about how specific you will have it. So even this little function came with a really large specification, but also I can go from a large application to a smaller specification, but still, it's in hindsight, maybe you're right, but I'm now thinking out loud, but...
Well, let's just think about this afternoon. We will see each other during the day. So thank you very much, Robin. Also, the Olala Chocolat for you. And a round of applause.
Thank you.
For this really interesting really interesting presentation. So the next things we are going to have is that we have a quarter to change rooms, and then let's have a look what's in here. In this room, we will have a presentation of AI for every SAP Landscape. And in the other room, there is a presentation of agentic AI for SAP with AWS. So make your choice, take something to drink, and after a quarter, I will see you again.
It takes around 5 seconds, and then you're ready to talk in the room. If you need to go to the bathroom, obviously.
Test. Oké. Is je goed? Ja.
Sounds good. Yep. Awesome.
So let's start again with a new presentation for now with Wouter. Wouter is joined us to tell something about AI for every SAP landscape. So we had already some questions on previous presentations about, and how is it about on-premise? So when you say every landscape, you make me curious, Wouter.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Wouter Lemaire. I'm an independent consultant. I'm active at multiple customers. And what I see at every customer, and it's like almost the same, is like, yeah, they have AI, they have their own agent, and it has some SAP documentation, but it's not connected to their SAP system. And if you start asking why, it's exactly like he said, it's not, we are not on S/4HANA, we are not on private cloud, we do not have Joule. And I strongly believe that using AI should not depend on your system. It's not because you're still on an ECC landscape, you should not start using AI. If SAP tells you, hey, you can use AI, but first you need to do an upgrade to S/4HANA, and then you need to do a lift and shift, it takes at least a year. And maybe you have other companies that are competing with you. And if they are already on S/4HANA and they start using AI, they are way ahead of you, and you already lost in your business processes. But before I really start about the presentation, I also have some questions, just in general. You don't need to answer, you can just raise your hand. I would like to know who of you uses AI already on a daily basis? Of course. Everyone. It's like Google. It's even better. But who of you uses AI with SAP? But I'm talking about data in business processes. See? Nice. I'm happy that nobody's raising his hand. Otherwise, I'll have a problem. No, that's exactly the problem, and that's the problem I try to solve, and we are trying to solve. If you use AI on a daily basis, but not with SAP, it means somehow we are lagging behind. And some are also disagreeing, yeah, why do we need SAP? Why do we need AI in SAP? And I believe AI can help us to optimize our business processes. Today, AI is one of the best ways to innovate when it comes to SAP. And sometimes you hear people say AI is the new UI. That's maybe a little bit overrated, but I think in the long future it could be possible. And some people also ask me, yeah, Wouter, what about purchase orders? Purchase orders, we are not able to bring that even to Fiori. How do we bring this to AI? I don't know, but I guess AI is here as a way to optimize and innovate your business processes. And the earlier you start, the better and the faster you will get results, especially when you're competing with other companies. If you wait 3-4 months and your competition is already using AI, the business processes of them will improve. They will accelerate every day, and they will get faster than you. They will optimize their processes, and you will lag behind. That's simply how it is. And what I always use is a simple use case, and it's not one of saving hours, but take, for example, leave request. In every company, people need to take leave request. And often, people to find a leave request, they maybe do it once or twice a year, so they don't know exactly where do I find my leave request application. First, they go to the intranet. On the intranet, they search for the Fiori Launchpad. On the Fiori Launchpad, they search for the leave request style. Then the leave request style, they need to look there to their entitlements. They click on start. They need to fill in, okay, that day I want to take a day off, from that day to that day, and that's the type of absence. All of those steps maybe takes minutes, not hours. But imagine that you just can ask in Teams, hey, I'm not feeling well, I want to take a day off tomorrow or today. And immediately it created your day off. Instead of minutes, seconds. If you optimize every process like this, you will save many minutes for many people. Another example how AI can help you is, for example, we had a use case for providing SAP support from in the SAP Launchpad that people could create an incident. Instead of sending this incident directly to any tool like Jira or ServiceNow, what we did, we collected a lot of the information, and first we asked it to AI. And maybe 5 out of the 10 times, it's already solved. And that saves us a lot of effort on the ServiceNow and the support teams. Another example is, for example, you upload a picture and we need to know if there is a picture, if there is a face on the picture. We can simply do that with AI. No machine learning, nothing special. And there are small things that we can integrate in our processes, in our Fiori applications to innovate and to optimize our business processes. And another thing you often hear is that a lot of AI projects fail even before they start. And in my opinion, that's simply because they start with too big projects. Start with small steps. Start small and you learn from it, iterate, and start adapting more and more AI to optimize your business processes. But the biggest challenge of AI in SAP is, you have ChatGPT and you can ask questions, but how do you connect it to your data? That's where the real challenge is. The second one, even if you connect it to your system, and like one of the examples I will show you, like even with MCP, you connect it to OData. How does AI understand the OData? The OData APIs, they have strange names that we do not even understand, and you need to be an expert to know what's about. So how can we learn AI how to use it? And the last one, and that's the most complicated one, visibility, but actually it should be security. How do we make sure that we know what AI is doing? And before I come to what I found as a way around this and bring AI to every SAP landscape, let me show you the solution from SAP. So first of all, they have Joule as an assistant. Who of you already use Joule? Anybody happy? No, I think Joule is okay, but there are some things that still require improvement. And I strongly believe that Joule will become better. With AI, everything goes super fast, and Joule will become better as well. But if you compare it to ChatGPT, Cloud, or any other, or Copilot even a bit, the assistant is not that great at this point. But it's better integrated. The integration is better again. So it's a trade-off. Like always, there is Joule Studio, which allows you to make your own custom Joule cases. You have Joule for consultants, Joule for developers, and embedded AI use cases. The focus I will have now is on the assistant and an example of an embedded AI use case. And at the end, I also have something I just finished yesterday evening. But what you see, all of this offering from SAP, the biggest problem, in my opinion, is the on-premise customers, because the minimum requirement is to go to RISE. Who of you is already in RISE? Exactly the problem. And like I said in the beginning, for me, that should not be a reason to not start using AI with your SAP data. And imagine if you're still on ECC, then you first need to do an upgrade as well. So the solution I came up with is an MCP server. And yeah, MCP server, I did not came up with this MCP server. A lot of people from the community like Alice, Marion, Simon, they already came up with MCP. The only difference is I brought it to BTP. And making it available in BTP allows you to have less infrastructure costs, do not install anything on the computer, and not requiring developments and so on, and making it multi-tenant available. And reusing security, making it available to any agent, and it runs on BTP. For the multi-tenancy, I will come back after it. But first, time for a demo. I've been talking a lot. So I'm using cloud. Anybody else that uses cloud? Okay, I'm super happy with this one. It's a life changer. So I'm not going to start typing, but one of the most simplest examples I always use to test is, can you show me my SAP transports? So I already connected cloud with the MCP server that's connected to one of my SAP systems. So one of the first things it does, it tries to find the right API. And once it finds the API, it gets the metadata. The metadata it needs to know and to understand how should I execute this API. And then the last step is executing the API. Why is it in those 3 steps? if we would expose API one by one as a tool in MCP server, it will become too much. So therefore, we have this hierarchy structure to get your data and find APIs. So voilà, I have my transport. Of course, this is interesting for me and useful, but this is not a real business case. If you start showing this to business people, yeah, they will say, what the hell are transportswater? I don't care about transports. I would like to see real business data. So let me give you another example. Can you show me all purchase order from my SAP system of 2025? It's connected to a development system, so only a few purchase orders are there, but it will do, again, the same steps. First, it will try to find the right API. And that, of course, is the hardest part. And how I manage this, I will show you later some things behind the scene. But it should be able to find the right API and then execute API. And once it fetches the data, it will again show this. Might maybe take some time. He's writing me a script. Always a surprise what it does. At least it has the data. I'm really not sure what. Normally it shows a table. Not sure what it's doing now. It's for the business user. Okay, but eventually it shows me like an overview of those purchase orders and like the different purchase orders, the suppliers, and so on. But now the cool thing is, okay, I can show some data, but what I think is the cool thing is to create dashboards. And now I'm going just a follow-up question. Can you make me a dashboard of those POs by supplier and amount? Now, not sure what will come out of it. But I believe it will fetch the data. Also, yeah, the amounts are on item level, not on header level, so it will understand that normally, get that information, and then generate a dashboard on the fly. And there I strongly believe it has the most potential by generating dashboards on the fly, that a human, even a manager, can ask to an AI agent, I want to see that and that data in that way and that way. And then generate this dashboard. Normally, we have BW consultants for this. I'm not saying that BW will not be needed anymore. It still is, and for larger sets of data. But for simple queries, simple things, the questions from a manager, you will not have to worry about, and he can just do it himself. So it's generating me a script, and that's okay. Normally, it should also be able to show this on the side. But I will just let it do it for a minute and come back right away. I would like to show you something behind the scene. What happens behind the scene in the MCP server, there is a complete dashboard with a set of APIs. It's basically auto-discovery, the APIs from your S/4HANA system or ECC system, and you can synchronize them. But as you can see, those APIs, yeah, the names, I know what most of them are, not all of them, but for AI, it's not always useful. So what I've added here is a layer, I call it a semantical layer, but it's simply, for example, this one. Let me take purchase order because we're working with this one. Here you see the entities, and we can start enabling entities, but let me take an entity, purchase order item. We are not going to send back all of the entities. That's the first thing. If you send all of the entities back, that was the very first version, the case, you have a lot of user entities across a lot of APIs. But if we don't know which entity or value help or user entity we need, AI will also not know it. So we can filter out a lot of those entities. Then a second thing is we can add restrictions. By default, it reuses the APIs, so also the authorizations that already exist because it's your user. It's the same like being on a Fiori Launchpad. But with security and AI, security becomes more important, so not many companies like it when AI starts creating or updating your data. So here you have additional restrictions that you can say, okay, you can only read that data, although it could perfectly be used to update a purchase order, which I already tested. Then for the discovery phase and finding the right API, we foresee like some keywords that can be used internally to find the right API. And then the last option, that's where you can describe what the API is doing and how you should use it. And that's being sent back to the AI agent. So you can really provide instructions, hints to the AI agent from in here. And as soon as it's in here, it works on the fly without any developments. And that's one of the things I really think is the best feature of the tool. Besides that, we also have some monitoring. We can see the requests that are coming through. For example, every request that's coming through, you saw like purchase order item, it failed. We can see the request it did. And based on the request we see here and why it failed, we can go back to those hints and those instructions and say, hey, you need to use it in that specific way, only use those filters, those properties, and only do it that, so that the agent the next time knows how to use it. It's instruction-based. We are not training an LLM. We are not storing any data. It's just for monitoring, for improving the instructions. There is also a chat client, but I want to come back to this later on. We have also complete settings. Settings for connecting your system, your S/4HANA. There is integration with Business One and integration with API Hub. I know SAP is releasing an AI gateway in Integration Suite. This one is also compatible. One of my customers asked, we want to have APIs from SuccessFactors, from S4, from C4C, and all through this MCP server, so this just plugs in. The destinations, one to discover, one for the principal propagation. And here we have some additional settings. I'm not going to all the details, but all those settings allow us to improve the way the MCP server reacts, but also to optimize tokens. If you don't want to consume too many tokens, you can limit the discovery to only one API or two APIs, or set some thresholds that if the gap between the first and the second is the score of the API discovery is bigger, it will only take one API, for example. Some security constraints that are in here, and some additional OData configuration. But that's just behind the scene, and that's just for tweaking it, optimizing it, token consumption, also behavior, finding the right APIs, and so on. Let me now see. Oh, I did not do the dashboard, but no worries. I have an example. So here, for example, what it can generate. Tested this yesterday, and then this came out of it. Too bad it was not happening now, but maybe my prompt was not good enough, although I used the same one. That happens with live demos. But this is what it can generate on the fly with your SAP data. And that's where I see the true potential of integrating SAP with your AI agent. And in addition, we've been testing the same MCP server with Microsoft Copilot. Microsoft Copilot cannot generate those dashboards inside Copilot, but we tested by generating this dashboard and asking it to store it on a OneDrive. And then it can do just the same with Microsoft Copilot. Of course, using the LLM from cloud. To come back, we've built in here our own chat client. The idea is to just to try out the instructions. If you change the instructions, we want to try it out without using anything in between. But also it can be used completely standalone. It can be like a Fiori tile in the Launchpad, and it connects to AI Core and the MCP server. If I start a new chat here, I could also ask the same question. It's not that advanced, it's custom made and it's limited for the moment, but there is custom development. It's a matter of priorities, and if there is a demand, I can add more features as well. And this shows me the purchase orders from last year. Now, the follow-up question is, I can also ask to show this in a chart, not an advanced dashboard, but at least a chart. It's a beginning. Now it will take that information and show me a chart normally. Let's see. I didn't do it. But I can show you just before the same prompt, and then it came out of it. All right. I talked about multi-tenancy before. So, yeah, what I just showed is the MCP server running on BTP with the full dashboard for configuring, and then the consumption in cloud, and the data coming from SAP. Now, to provide this, to scale it, and to provide it to more customers, I had the intention to bring it to BTP is to easily scale this up and to bring this to more customers by using the SaaS model. And therefore, I'm working together with Amista. They are handling support, licensing, and all the commercial things I don't like to do, and they will help me to scale it up. So if you're interested in this, you can always reach out to them, but there is also still the open source version available. So how it works, we have the host, that's cloud, the MCP server on BTP, and then our APIs. Today, it only uses APIs with principal propagation. To go in more technical details, we are using BTP, and actually we are only consuming a few services. The destination connectivity service to connect to our S/4HANA system, on-premise through the cloud connector, XSUAA service for securing it with OAuth 2 authentication. Of course, for the UI, it's a Fiori application, and behind the scene, it also has a PostgreSQL database to store all those hints, store the instructions, the key things, and for the search. And I also like to make the comparison with the SAP Gateway. At the Gateway, have you activated Fiori apps in the past or OData APIs? Yeah, so you know, all in the maintain service transaction, you need to go and activate an API. For me, it's the same like enabling an entity, adding hints. It's the same process to activate an API to AI. And by providing these instructions, you can configure it, you can test it in the playground, we can see the result in the monitoring, and we can again improve it. We have the full cycle of improving the hints and the instructions. And for standard APIs, of course, do it one time and you can reuse it for other customers as well. I don't like to talk too much commercial things. It's here on the slide, but there is one thing about this slide I would like to mention. Once it's set up and once it's in place, okay, it requires some technical setup, like the principal propagation, the cloud connector, but most companies already have this. But once this is in place, there is no development needed. You can simply auto-discover your APIs, enable them, and you're good to go. And that's the thing I like the most about the tool. Key benefits. I don't want to talk negative about Joule or SAP, but Joule is not required for this setup. And you can use your own AI agent. Of course, you can connect a Copilot with Joule, but if you go for completely something else, you can simply connect it. Also, no need to upgrade, no need to connect, to go to RISE. Of course, you need APIs. If you're still on ECC without a gateway in, that might be a problem. Although, if there are a lot of requests, we could think of integrating bodies, although I'm not a big fan of it. As I said, it's available for many agents. And 100 plus OData APIs. We believe that it could scale up across 100 APIs. Although I think if you go beyond those 100 APIs, you need to scale up with your MCP servers, multiple MCP servers, multiple agents, each agent connected to each MCP server, and then let the agents talk to each other with an orchestration agent. But most customers are not that far yet. I'm still struggling to get this one in production at customers because of security and governance and things like that. But that's probably the next step. How do we handle more than 100 APIs? And I think, yeah, I'm here at actually the last slide, but I have much more still to show. My 3 points for your AI strategies: start today by installing this MCP server. I believe long-term Joule will be better and will be easier to adopt. And the third one is custom AI use cases. And for this one, I would like to show the demo we gave at TechEd. I lost the name of the event. Demo Jam. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So we showed at Demo Jam a custom AI agent. I need to log in again. That might be a problem. Okay. So for Demo Jam, we created an AI agent behind the Fiori application, and it was started as a proof of concept in a basis team, and they have a lot of logs from the systems in ALM, and they said, we would like to analyze with AI those logs, and then also try to find a solution. So we have here one of the systems, and I have here a button, AI Analyze Logs. What this does, behind the scene in a CAP application, it starts an agent, and this agent connects to ALM API and starts reading all of those logs. Once it has those logs, it will summarize them and brief it to me, because most of those logs, multiple logs at the same time, but I don't understand anything of it. But AI will help me to explain this easily. So it says, there are some errors, whatever, some database errors. Actually, I don't care. I just say it recommends me to do a dialog trace, but I have different options. So we gave that agent a set of tools like checking certificates, checking the dialog trace, checking the SAP documentation, doing a web search. So we can go through all of those actions and it will execute them. First, although it suggests me to do a dialog trace, I'm going to say check the certificates. That's an easy fix if it's a certificate. So now we'll check the certificates of the connected systems, but it says, basically it checks those certificates, but no issue. Okay, so let's then do the dialog trace. And the dialog trace is an interesting one because it's using an API on that specific system, but you need to know that specific system has 10 application servers, and it reads the logs based on the time frame of the error across all those application servers to find the exact problem. And which normally, if you do this yourself in the system, you need to check every system, the dialog traces, it would take a lot of time. It seems that it takes a lot of time now as well. Oh, it's there. Okay, it did not find a server. Okay, I received an error back from the system. Maybe they're doing something in the system, I don't know. Anyway, we could continue and say, do a search on the internet, and it will do like a web search based on the summary of the error, and then try to find a solution. And it gives you suggestions immediately on the fly based on your specific errors. And that's what I mean. Okay, it's still read-only and suggestion, but this is a small example and we learn a lot from it, and this gives us the capability to scale up with maybe more agents, new agents, and to learn also the team how to build agents. So I say, never mind, I will solve it myself. And I think, how much time do I still have? 15 minutes, perfect. Then that's what I wanted to show, but I still have something new. So I made yesterday an MCP OData proxy. Basically, yeah, what you already saw is an MCP server connected to S4 and so on. Now I made it the MCP server as a proxy. And let me show you. Maybe let me show you what it can do. Show me my, oh, maybe I have the prompt ready. Yeah, I have the prompt ready. I used this proxy to make me an MCP server for the BTP APIs. So if I ask now, it's normally connected. Let me check to verify connectors. BTP trial is connected. Can you show me my BTP trial subaccount? And it will use the BTP API behind this MCP server. So it finds my MCP server because I'm already authenticated, logged in with my user. It finds the subdomain, it finds the region, the state. So that's where the MCP server is running. Now the interesting part is, I will show you, the BTP server, it only, a README, a gitignore, a license, but it basically only contains a config file. It contains a config file with a list of APIs, the entities, and a destination. And then also the operations that can be consumed. Behind the scene, it uses an NPM packages OData MCP proxy. And yeah, I just point to the configuration. You deploy it to BTP, and you have an MCP server running by just providing a config file. This allows me to not just create it for BTP, but for cloud integration, AI core, for anything that there is an API available, you just provide this config file, AI core config, the same way, the same approach, the name of the server, the APIs, and the APIs can be found in API Hub. And I just ask AI to get me those APIs, build me this JSON file, put it in, and again, start OData proxy with this configuration and deploy it to BTP and you're up and running. No database, no UI, everything is just in one JSON. What it will do behind the scene, and I will open it here. This is the full project. It will actually just do a mapping. Each API will become one tool. Actually, each operation of each API will become one tool in MCP. So here it's limited. It cannot be used to expose your full S/4HANA system. But if you have a simple API that you want to make available to AI, just use this proxy, install it, and you're good to go. And yeah, it's available on NPM.
So, any questions to Wouter?
I have two questions, or actually one question, one remark. For your prompt, you can just ask afterwards, please run this, then it runs the dashboard.
Let me try. I think we still have some minutes.
But my question actually is, this looks amazing, but indeed, how would you handle security concerns from any prospective customer?
It's already been taken care of. First of all, we use BTP for the authentication. It uses OAuth2. So it's just the authentication of your identity provider. And after that, it's principal propagation to your backend. So normally, in theory, you have set up the authorizations for APIs for the Fiori Launchpad. We reuse the same authorizations. If somebody is not allowed to create a purchase order in Fiori, he will not be allowed to do it with an AI agent. Same concept, same authorizations. We just reuse what's already there.
Okay, fair.
Other questions? No questions for now. We're just waiting for the output. Yeah. So you make it really, really exciting to see what it's coming up with. And what you showed us that we have to train our business guys on intelligence, so they can look in not only in the report but also in the coding they got provided by the script you showed us. So that's a lot of things to do, but that's okay. So let's see, is it going to come up with a end result, or isn't it?
Still ongoing. Yeah, I had to be more precise. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
It's even better than a dashboard. Yeah.
So thank you very much for this presentation, where we love the end result for sure, so we can see how things can be in graphs or reports. Thank you very much. I will provide you some Dutch chocolate.
Oh, thank you.
So now let's head up for the next presentations, and the presentations that are coming up are, let's have a look in the agenda. Well, now we have snacks and networking, and on 4 o'clock in this room we will run to automatically translate texts of development objects with AI and N8N. That's one, and the other one in the other room is technical debt management with Gen AI at booking.com. So have a snack, have something to drink, talk to each other, and make a choice for your next presentation.
5 seconds to pair. So then it's ready to go.
Uh-huh.
Test, test. So literally that's your sounds good.
Test, test.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Hello, hello.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. So, almost reaching the end of today. Another inspiring day with a lot of information from different companies. And now we are going to face the next presentation from Damien and Mario. They're here, welcome. And they're going to tell us something about automatically translate texts of development objects with AI and NAN, and an alternative tool for data. It's a lot. Is it going to work in 45 minutes? This all things, do you think?
We will see.
Okay, no, well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you for the introducing, and hello from our side. Today we have two topics. The first main one will be how we can automatically translate text of sub-development objects using AI and the tool called NetN. And the other one will be at the end a little showcase about a community tool we have written about RAP service testing, which has some smart functions. Okay, whoever has manually translated sub-objects manually? Okay, that's some people. How did that feel? It's very messy sometimes. At first, a little words about us. We are Damon and Mario from the Swan GmbH company, which are based in Germany. Damon is full stack developer using ABAP RAP and UI5, and I'm a technology manager at Swan, which means that I have always the space and freedom to invest on research, looking for new technologies like AI, cloud, or something else we can use in SAP world. And this sometimes a little bit difficult because we at Swan have EWM as a primary solution we offer. And in EWM we have a wide range of different system environments we have to fit. Therefore, we have customers with old on-premise systems, which maybe feels like they have updated at Science 5 years ago, latest one, and up to newest cloud environments like SAP BTP using latest ABAP environments with actual ABAP language support. And when it comes to AI, we doing the thing we have talked yesterday at the end of the day, that we just trying different things with AI to check at the end of the day whether it solves a problem or not. And for this task, we also not have a look at the SAP world and going something deeper and have a look what is also possible like NetN. And for this, we have already researched a cool solution with NetN we have presented last year at ABAPConf, where we have shown we can use NetN to automatically the process of technical documentation simply by using the ADT interface, which already the SAP system serves. And with this, we don't need any programming skills with NetN. We can simply build blocks using the ADT and agents to create this documentation. And this is a big time save because when we have a look at EWM, we quickly have packages when we're creating data elements or domains which need over 2,000 elements very fast. And if we change something in it, it always needs up-to-date. So with this workflow, we can focus us on the primary thing we want to do as a developer, programming. And if you are interested in this one, you can visit this YouTube video or scan the QR code to have a look at this. And after the feedback on ABAPConf was great, we have asked us the question, can we automate translation of sub-development objects too? And with this one, we could solve more time. Doing things we don't like, documentation and translation are not the things we want to like. And primarily more have time for the things we like programming. So we built a second solution we will show you today. But let's start at the beginning, how translation is done in SAP. Who of you is known with the SA63 transaction? Okay, then you know it's very heavy. You have lots of clicks to do some translation in single languages and different object types and so on. And maybe it's a little cardio session when you have clicked about over 600 times maybe. And at the end of the day, you have fingers, but no one else maybe. So when we have a look compared to newer systems, cloud, this is much better because we have something like the SAP Translation Hub. It's way better than the on-premise solution, the SA63, but it's of course limited to cloud usage only. We have the SAP Translation engine. We can have less influence. But what it makes a good thing is it can machine translation with context awareness, which is very important because there are some sub-specific words which cannot one-to-one translated because there will be some crazy things come out. We cannot generate missing things, text that are not available yet. For example, class methods are not obligatory in SAP, so we can let it out. We have no automatic trigger. Let's say we're creating new development objects or daily. There's no opportunity, and of course we need for cloud services and BTP license. But have a deeper look at AI. What can AI over simple machine translation? As already told, context-aware translation, what SAP Translation Hub already does, is an important thing. For example, machine will translate company code as firm code in German. This is wrong. And AI can translate correctly to Buchungskreis, to German, which is the correct one. We have some sub-specific or company-specific word list or terminally words we have to consider. With AI, we have more flexibility when choosing model, which makes some difference in pricing or quality of the translations. And we can have some influence in object types. So when we have a package in ABAP, it says just translation. What does the package contains? But when we're going deeper, for example, for classes have methods, they have descriptions, methods have parameters, they have descriptions, and so on. And these are a little bit more complex. We have to translate differently. And at least some sub-specific rules we can use with AI in our prompts, because, for example, translation texts have some limitations. For example, they can only have maximum chars amount of 60, so on. But there are way more things we can do with AI when we have a deeper look. What about filling the gaps? So when method descriptions of classes are optional, we can, using AI, and give it the opportunity to have a look at the implementation of the class method to automatically create an initial version of the text, what the method does, and do the translation to the target language we need. What about fully automation? Let's say when we're creating new development objects or something changed, the translation automatically runs in the background, so we have no time to invest to check or ensure that the translation are present. What about spell check and grammar fixes? When a developer have invalid texts written down, the AI can check it and ensure they are free from spell checks, typings, grammars, and so on. And we can optimize the text quality and the contents. What about when class methods changes multiple times and the text that are used are not the right one which represent the implementation? So the AI can ensure that the text is up to date with the implementation that is used actually.
Yeah, so thank you, Mario. Hello from my side as well. So I want to talk about a bit about N8N, the next part. Who of you guys heard about N8N before? Okay, about half-ish, it's good. Did anybody use N8N before? Okay, a couple of people, that's good, it's good. So for the rest, like N8N is a kind of like a automatic like workflow building platform with building blocks. It's a free and open source platform you can use. Due to its open source, it's also thriving from a community, so the community builds a lot of workflows you can reuse, or even look at it, maybe build your own workflows out of them, use them as a template. You can have a lot of triggers for the workflows to run them, and it's pretty easy to use. So we're going to look at it later in another part of it, how to use it or how it looks like, how to align the building blocks in more detail. But in general, no real coding is required. But you can use coding if you want to. So if like your business, like a business requires to have like a really custom logic, you can have JavaScript or any other programming language included and have your own logic. So you can have the workflows trigger manually. You can have cyclically, so like daily, monthly, yearly, maybe even hourly if you want to. And yeah, that helps a lot. So, okay. So for example, there are a couple of things the N8N community builds with it already. So you can probably look at it in the N8N community. But for example, just to list a few, you can build automatic newsletters, for example, of new tech issues, maybe for new SAP AI ones. You can actually then build your own newsletter for that, for your email. You can have automated bookkeeping or invoice processing. You can have an appointment booking kind of automated with N8N if your company has something like appointments, for example. You can run chatbots over the platform. It's kind of like a funnel through that. You can have document parsing, for example, if you want to pass from XML to JSON or something like that. There's a building block for it, which can automatically do that. And for example, system monitoring and backups are also done probably for the cycling part and more. Yeah, keep going. So obviously SAP has SAP Joule, as we all know. But I want to talk about why N8N is like interesting next to SAP Joule. The big probably difference is that N8N can be used on-premise or locally on your own machine. So you don't need any like cloud-based or BTP-based platform to run it. You can even run it on your own machine. We're going to show it later. Or connect it to your on-premise system for the people who have like a kind of older system, which is still part in a lot of companies, I would say. Cool. So in the next part, I want to talk a bit about the structure or the architecture of the whole language service. So there are a couple of pre-requirements which are needed, just to list them through. The first one is pretty obvious. You always need to target language installed in the SAP machine. I guess that's kind of obvious, otherwise it doesn't work. Then obviously the requirement object types cannot be locked in a transfer request or anything, or used by edit mode. And then the next part is that you need an N8N instance, can be easily installed with npm on your machine or on any other system directly, and it needs network access to the SAP machine. And then the next part is you need an API to an AI model, which you can self-define. So the N8N module can connect to the API service. And yeah, the last part then, the translation service can be installed with ABAP to the system. So to get in a bit more detail about the architecture, what we've actually done. So we've built an OData service. You can see it on the right side. A couple of entities, a bit crowded probably in the beginning. But the big part is we're going to have two different part of entities. One is a custom entity to get all the objects in the beginning, to look at what do I need to translate. And then the other entities are used for writing the translations to the text tables of the SAP system. And that's basically the only difference. Then we have a helper class, and that's the whole project already, at least from the SAP system side. To show you where we get the objects we need to translate, we have the table TADIR. If you probably heard about the table, you were probably stuck with transport in the SAP system and need to fix something if something messed up. We're going to actually use it to get the objects for each package, like each super package. So we can input a super package into the end-to-end process and then get every object we want to translate for that package. So it doesn't have to be for the whole system, so just do one package. But what was also important is we have the master language in there, which is used. That's the language where the object was created in. So we have a source language, and then we later gave a target language for the translation too. Yeah. So how would the query look like for getting the objects? It's just to go quickly over it. We have like the service where we call the entity and have a filter on it with the package, and then we get all objects for that package in a data request, and just can cycle over these, but I want to talk about it later there. So the custom CDS view for getting these looks like this, where we just have a name, the type of the object, which matters a lot for the translation, because there's a complexity behind it. The package name, where we filter about, and the master language. Yeah. So here are the different object types we have, which we want to translate. There are simple object types, for example, the package, the data dictionary, or these are the simple projects where we just have one description which we want to translate one-to-one. But then we also have like programs where we have like different parameters below it, which also can have a description, which we also want to translate. So it's more than one translation per object. Same as for classes or interfaces, or then we have even other objects like CDS views where you can have like your end user text for the whole entity or for every property. So we have to use that differency. Yeah. This is kind of example how the text table would look like, where we write the example. This is like an example from the DMO flight simulation, where we see the language, D for German, E for English. In this case, the translation for the German is not, I would do it differently, but instead of just writing the object name in there. But yeah, that's how it looks like basically. And this is how the CDS view would look like for writing the translations into the table. We just have focusing on the red thing where we have to just create an update event on it, so we can write things to the database. So let's look at a bit more overview on what we have on the whole process. So if you start at the top on how the translation process would actually work, we can input a package, which I talked about earlier, and then we have to give it the target language to translate to. Then the translation service gets all objects which we want to translate to, checks the type. If it's like a simple type, goes to the right part, translates it, writes it to SAP. If it has a program, it gets the text elements of each program, translates the text elements over and over, and writes it to SAP. If it's a class, it's even more complicated. You can have a lot of methods below there. In each method, you can have different parameters below that, and we want to translate everything, so we kind of loop over everything to get every translation, and then in the end, write the whole process to SAP, and can even get us an email report, which I'm going to talk about later as well. So how does the AI agent look like? This is like a basic AI agent, how it could look like, where we just give in the object and the language. It checks the language, like the target language, if a translation already exists. If yes, just skip it. And if no, then just read the source, translate with internal sub-rules. You can also configure your own rules, and then writes the things to the tables. And And we also have an extended AI agent. So this extended AI agent solves the problem for classes. So for methods, it's optional to declare a text for it. So this one checks first if the master language even has a text in it, and then maybe reads the implementation, just checks for master language, what would be my description for the master language, and then first does that, and then does the translation.
Yeah,
thank you. And head over to Mario for the showcase and how the whole process works.
Thank you, Damien. Now put them all together and have a look at NetN. I need to change this screen sharing. So, okay, now I can see it. I have prepared an example package that is one translation sample. It contains one simple class, a trans sample calculator, which contains two methods, addition and subtraction, and we want to translate it. So we have here NetN, an empty workflow, and to start in NetN with a new workflow, we always need a trigger to begin. This can be different ones. Manually, we open an event, schedule daily, weekly, whatever. For this example, we want a form. And we can easily enter here package translation, for example, as title. Then we need some inputs. As Damien mentioned, we need a package and the language. So let's add a package input, which is of course required. And the second input will be the target language. This can be a drop-down, and on our machine there is only German actually as second language available. And this of course is also required. And with this one we have already set up our start building block. We can execute it, and now we have a form to enter a package and a target language we can start with. I have prepared the package name here, can enter it and submit the form. Now in NetN I can open the building block and see what happened. Now I see my input, package, target language and so on. And I can use this information now for the next building block I want to add. I also can use the pin function here, so I do not need to re-enter always the input to test it again. So as next step, we have seen in the presentation, we need to get the list of development objects we want to translate, and therefore we can use the HTTP request module to consume the web service we have created. So adding this one, I have the URL of my web service here. Here you see the package contents entity. Of course, I need authentication to communicate with the system. This works for on-premise and cloud too. Now I can enter the filter condition. We need to filter the package name. And this is a very cool function in NetN. I don't need programming or something else. I can easily drag and drop the inputs from the before building block. We have executed the package name. Simply adding it here, and I have a filter with the value Z1 translation sample. Of course, we must give it a name. Package name equals this one. And I have to disable SSL for this one. Execute it, and now we see two results. One, the package itself, and the calculator class here. Now we can make a list of it using the split out module. And therefore we have here D results. We want to remove it and make a list of it. We can enter here d.results, execute it, and now we have a table with the things we want to translate. Here the package itself and the calculator sample class. So I have prepared the sample in full for the main workflow. So the next we could optional filter. So we can exclude some development objects you want not to translate or whatever. Then we have as next a loop over development objects block here, which iterates this table we have seen before. And here's an important thing, we have a switch block. Depending on the object type we have, we can class translate differently to program, message class differently, and so on. We can add for every object type a different workflow to translate it. Let's have a deeper look at the translate class workflow I have prepared here. This have two start triggers. The one is executed by another workflow, which can be used therefore here in this main workflow as entry, and executed manually, which uses that mock data field, which for example, that the calculator class as single example we can use. Of course, we need to write changes to subsystem and CSFR token, which we have here also in sub workflow. And the main thing happen in this one. This is then AI agent, which got a prompt, all the information, which class you want to translate, and here the tools which are required. Get class languages, which languages are available on the system, get class primary text, which is the current text of the class, and at least the target language to bring it back to the subsystem. Which prompts are required? Translate object, make no mistakes. It's not easy as that. It's a little bit more. Let's have a deeper look at it. At first, we need to give it a role. You're a SAP ABAP translation agent, and this is very important to call SAP because this is the part where it will use context awareness. We also can optionally add some word lists or company-specific rules and so on. Then here it gets the main information class, source language, target language we have at the beginning at the form defined, which are getting here available. Some rules, the tools we have assigned should always called once, and a list of the tools, get class primary text, for example, get class description of the master language, and here the task. First of all, check if source and target language is the same, then we have nothing to do. Then, second one, check if translation is required by using the get languages tool. If target language is already available, we do not need initial translation. And if translation is missing, use the get class primary text tool to get the current text, and at least there's a target language class tool to bring it back to sub system. And these tools at least do nothing else as call also the wrap service we have created with this managed CDS views. And when we look at the class as a 63 transaction, then you can see there's no translation available yet. So when we execute this workflow, then we can see live what this does. At first, it gets class language to check if the target language is already available. It's not available, so it checks for the current text and at least that target language to bring it back to subsystem. So we enter this class. Now we see einfacher Taschenrechner mit Addition und Subtraktion as German text have translated. So now, getting a little bit deeper, what about method translation? We see here addition and subtraction have no text yet in system. So this extended sample has some additional tools, get class, method implementation, so the AI agent can check what's the source code of the method in this case, and can create initial version of the text. And also has set primary class method text to set the initial text to sub. We can execute this also again, which has here in mock data the calculator class defined. So the interesting thing is when we have a look at translate class description again, it checks get class languages and do nothing else because target language is already available. Then the methods query, there are two results, the one addition and the other one subtraction. And we have, can see here that get class method implementation is called. This will be 2 times. This one item is it's the addition method. And let's wait a few seconds and check it again. So now it's finished. Let's check again. We enter transaction, SE63, and we see we have a method, text, initial version in English and also in German version.
Hey, if you don't speak German, I can show you that's the correct translation. So just trust me. Yeah, so back to me. So I guess the slide is a bit, simple, let's say that, because everybody knows about the different models we can use. Already talked about you can plug in every model to N8N. So just a kind of awareness how each model, how much translations you can do for every 1,000 translations. And for even the Cloud Opus 4.6, which is right now the best model to use, it's still cheaper than coffee from a coffee shop, at least not the ones from Amsterdam. But yeah, so it's always recommended to use self-hosted ones or just internal models for data privacy reasons in the EU, or just EU-regulated services, that is, but it's pretty obvious as well. Yeah. So for the next few slides, I want to talk about a bit different use cases we can adopt the N8N workflow to make it even better. So we can use something like quality checks. So for each, the master or target language, whatever language for each object, we can have like a grammar or typing check if the master language, which is mostly done handily, if that has grammar or typing issues. We can also fix that. We can also ensure that the text represents really what the class does, because maybe initially you set a different description, then you kind of reuse the class for something different, but the AI agent can recheck if the class really does what it stands in the description. Or we can also include company guidelines for the translation of objects. Maybe you have like a object which is like internal name or something like that, and it translates to a weird thing, and then we want to have like a guideline which then guides to the correct translation. So the next use case we can do is a human in the loop. So if we're probably unsure about the translations, we can have a maybe send to a chat, to email, whatever. So after the translations happened, to get an approval by a human, to check if the translations are fine or good. But that also requires someone who has knowledge of the language. But yeah. And the last thing is we can have a mail report. I talked about a bit, or I showed you that we can send a mail report after the translation happened. So we can have a mail report to any of the mail models we have there, or maybe Teams or Slack, whatever you use. You can send a report after that, get a summary of all source and target languages, texts which are translated, or maybe get like a cyclically report of what objects are not translated yet, and check if you need to do something there. And yeah. So there are even more possibilities with N8N. just then to translate objects. We can also generate automatically F1 tags, for example, just to name a few you have written down there. We can have code reviews, also done via initn, because we just call the model, and we have the ADT source of the source files. We can generate unit tests, have reports about how the system kind of looks like, inactive objects or something like that. Or do migration checks. If you want to migrate to S4, can do checks via that, via the AI models.
Yeah, thank you, Damien. Coming to the end, we have a little showcase left as a second topic about weakest tool, community project we have created. ODAPU, it's maybe an uncreative name because it stands for OData and push channel tool. Why a new weakest tool? We have the gateway client transaction, and we have a Postman which have better opportunities like environments, variables, and so on. And let me show you was the main intention. When you want to build OData URLs, it can be complex, maybe. For this example, may say we want a flight set from the DMO example from SAP, and we add some filters, then it can maybe looks like this. Maybe add some order, or adding some expense to another entities, or some another options, then can end in 45 minutes crafting an OData URL just to get a 400 batch request. And yeah, that's was the intention to create a new tool, which could be an all-in-one tool for OData, ABAP push channel, and so on. You can test parallel things because it's like a browser. You have multiple tabs to test multiple things together. Smart weakest builder you have in UI to add filter, sorter, setters, and so on. Whiteout needs to add any UI annotations like web service and so on. You have in visualization for metadata, request history that you have requested already, and so on. So the little showcase I'll show you. So when you start ODAPU, you have here the starting screen. This is an OData tab yet in this case. You can add here additional tabs and have your history of the used services at least. You can choose here service picker, and you have here a list of all available OData service in the system you can easily pick from. You can also stay as favorite or unmark it as favorite, choose between 2 or 4 OData, adding custom service, and so on. Just click the latest service. Maybe I need to restart it. Now it works, okay. The first function, metadata visualization. When I have picked a service, I can have a preview of the metadata. So I have an overview of all entities here, like package contents we have used before, and so on. I can download it also as image, and so on. And the main advantage is this UI here. I can now choose everything which are available in the service. May entity, function, action, or something else as first one. Then the second one, which kind of entity I like, for example, package contents. Then which CRUD operation I want to execute, read, get, create, delete. Read does not have any parameters. Get, I need the key properties, for example, name and type. Create all fields and delete the keys. So in the read case, I can add a filter, for example, package name should equal our translation sample package. And when I enter it, save it, execute it, I see a JSON response here. And switch to table, I can see it as a table view. And on the right side, I have also additional parameters, top, skip, and so on, headers. Now I can add a second tab, OData, and let's say I want the class description, the package description, I can enter here the package again. And let's say I want the end text. Now I see translate sample for NLN. And I can go on adding multiple tabs again and test everything parallel here. And for this one, I could add a push channel, maybe ping, and could start it and use it as a chat, send messages or receive it and so on. Okay, now we come to the end. Thank you very much. And you can find all the resources for NNN, this GitHub repository, and also for ODAPU in the another GitHub repository. And there are our QR codes of our LinkedIn profiles. If you want to connect, feel free. And yeah, thank you.
And I guess the presentation will be shared later, so you can then go for the GitHubs if you want to.
So anyone, does anyone have a question right now? Yeah, there in the end, moment, please.
So in the translation N8N, do you now always directly update the text, or was there a validation in between? That was the one thing that I missed.
So which validation do you mean right now?
That a person has to check the translation before we actually really push it in.
Oh no, you don't have to check it. So it right now for this live version which we did, it just updates or it creates everything which is not there yet. Yeah. But as I showed you, we can also do it like to check for any translation. Like this is an additional feature where you can check for any like translation which is not correctly translated in the later on then. Yeah.
Okay, and then another question my colleague also had is, when the object is already created, it's transported to production, how do we get the information into the transport so we can move it again to the acceptance and the production environment? Because you need to normally, with SE63, you have to do the translation transaction to get it into a transport.
That is done automatically via the RESTful application program framework. So since it's like a table, it's an application table, I think, the transport is automatically assigned, and then, yeah, it's a new transport. So there's like an authentication user used for the N8N. So that user is kind of used for the transport, and then you see in your transport this user is used. Because you need a user for
yeah, you need a user, but also an available transport, or is it generated at the moment?
I mean, it's not really talked about generated, it's more like something inserting into a table. So that's like basically writing a transport as well into the transport.
Okay.
Any other questions for now? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So in the example you have shown specifically using a form in N8N. However, did you also explore, for example, using an event from your SAP system, maybe the release of a transport, checking which packages are affected, and then automatically implementing your translations? Or
I guess this can also work. I don't know. Is there a trigger for an event from SAP for that?
For official SAP, I don't know. There are different sub-tool modules, but Cloud maybe has some triggers we can use.
All right, thank you.
Somebody for the final question? Yes, there, over there.
Can it also be used to translate forms, like Adobe Forms, Smart Forms, or something like this?
Sorry, what was the last word? Like, sorry, translate what?
Forms, Adobe Forms.
Adobe Forms. You mean the forms inside SAP system?
Yes.
Not yet, but that could be a requirement. That could be, yeah. I guess, since it's like a file that's in the system, I think everything works about that. Yeah, could work. Not right now, but
okay. Thanks.
Okay, so then we come up with reaching out to chocolate. Also for you too. And of course, a last round of applause for this marvelous presentation and demo. Thank you very much, Mario and Damien. So now we have a small pause, and then we will come back at 5 o'clock, just within 50 minutes, and then we will round up with the last speaker in this room. I hope we will see you at that point, so we can together close down today. So let's have a refreshment and see you back within 50 minutes.
Last session, can you say something?
Yeah, test 1, 1. Hi.
So here we are at the last presentation of the day. I think I'm really proud of you. It's really great that you stayed until the end. You're the daredevils of this Congress. Really, really you are. Yeah. That's applause for yourself. That's incredible. It's incredible. But now we have Fabian. He is going to tell us a lot. Only 10 things, but he doesn't have more time. So that's why we limited it to 10 things you need to know about AI in ABAP Cloud. Fabian, the floor is yours.
So you told me I have 2 hours, right?
Yes, but we limit it to, when you speak a little bit faster, then we can limit it to 3/4 of an hour.
All right. So thank you very much. Yeah, saving I think the best for the last. Finally talking about ABAP and especially what you need to know, right, when it comes to AI integration within ABAP. And actually, when we're talking about integrating AI into ABAP or into ABAP Cloud, we need to understand that we need to change, right? And today I want to tell you 10 things which you should take with you at home, right? Which you should bring back into your company, right? To consider when you do AI integrations within ABAP. When you're talking about change, who knows what was the last major change a typical ABAP developer needed to consider in the past? What was it? Well, I make it easy, right? So cloud computing, right? So making sure that your applications are able to run in the cloud. You need to build stateless applications, right? To have mobile access for your applications. You want to build applications which can scale out dynamically. Who of you have done that? So who has modernized his applications, right, to be cloud ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 7 hands up. Great. That's a good start. But you need to understand that now the next wave of change is coming, right? So the way how we build applications will change. And second, also the way how we build application will change, right? You might think, what is the guy the heck telling me there, right? It's the same, right? But actually, what I want to mention is there are 2 flavors, 2 sides of the medal you need to consider when talking about AI. There's always the kind of process point of view. How do you implement your software? Which tools are you using to be more efficient? And how do you actually build the applications in the sense that the business user which uses that application in the end is more productive? And actually, there's a great and very interesting statistic published by Anthropic. It was published, I think, 4 weeks ago or something like that. They measured which kind of scenarios are addressed based on their models, right, they have published. And what we see is half of these scenarios, which are today going through those LLMs published by Anthropic, is the software developers are optimizing, of course, first their software development processes, right? We only see less scenarios distributed to other LOBs, right, like finance, accounting, transportation, whatever. And this is absolutely understandable, right? So very natural that software developers start to optimize their own lives before they are optimizing other lives. But it is very important for you to understand it's not ending with optimizing your processes, right, and to work more efficient in the AI area, but also really to build applications which make your business user more productive in the end, right? So the second thing I would like to mention is, for sure, AI skills are kind of powerful. And when I talk about skills, right, so we have within ABAP a kind of broad set of ABAP use cases available, which helps you to be more efficient from the developer point of view, right? So we have generation scenarios available to generate unit tests, transactional applications, code predictions, explain scenarios, Q&A, also custom code migration paths. So I will not show everything today because I have only, what was it, a quarter, half hour or something like that. So therefore I will quickly jump into one prominent example, which is the generation of transactional applications, right? So there was also some demos with regard to the project accelerator. What we are basically doing is we are triggering the same within the ABAP system. So what you see there, you are located in a steampunk system, right? So in a SAP BDP ABAP environment, and you're starting the generator for generating a transactional business application, web-based, for exposing a Fiori transaction. And what you can do there is you can open up the generation tool, you can specify your prompts. In that sense, we are kind of generating a tool for managing soccer teams, right? So soccer team has some team players and stuff like that. What you can do is you can describe the business processes, you can fine-tune that. So if the data model which is proposed by the LLM does not really fit your needs, is not what you have expected, right? So keeping the human also in the loop, you can fine-tune those requests, and you can finally accept those proposals, take it over to the standard editor, and then you're still able also to fine-tune those things. So you still have the full flexibility of changing those things again as a human, right, within that editor. You can then generate those objects, right, within your ABAP backend systems. We will see shortly a small preview of those artifacts which are going to be created in the ABAP backend. So we see data models, database tables, service exposure, so everything which is needed for a modern development model based on ABAP Cloud. And once it is generated, you can also open it up in a service binding. So you can also trigger the service preview to see that app finally also working functional-wise, right, directly in the Fiori UI. So you can select your entities there, for example, starting a preview for the soccer team. And then the preview shows up. And what you also can do is then, so the app is completely functional working. Yeah, so you can create data records within that app. We will do it. The thing is, when we are talking about greenfield development, right, so it's not ending with that for sure, right? So you want to bring that further. So what you actually want also to do is, there feels like a foundation data which needs some validations, right? So you want to make sure that some validations are added to that field, right? That you can validate your business processes. So we are jumping back to the backend. And what you can do is we have another skill in place, right, which allows you, if you have a kind of validation defined in your behavior definition, so that part which defines the transactional behavior of your business application ABAP Cloud, you are able also to generate a validation based on a textual description, right, of that validation. So what we see there is still some manual effort. So that is not an AI agent running behind me, right? So this is those are some actual manual steps. But what we will see in a second is we're now jumping into the source code editor for ABAP, right? So you will now see some ABAP code, and within that, we will now trigger the skill for, so the tool for developer skill to generate a validation. And within that pop-up, which then comes up, you can describe, right, how the validation should look like, how the validation should behave. And once you have defined it, so in that case, right, the foundation date should be in the past, so this should be a kind of validation. And once you have defined it, right, also the complete validation is defined. And what we see, right, sometimes it might not be picture perfect. So in that sense, -datum is used, which is not picture perfect for ABAP Cloud, right? So it's acceptable, but actually there are also better alternatives in place. What we then see, right, within that application is that, again, if we try to insert a new data record and we're choosing a foundation date which is not in the past, so this video was recorded on September 9th or something like that. So we will see, right, that the validation comes up and finally validates the business object. Right. And this is what we have delivered last year, right? So we're talking about skills. So having single skills available which you can use as a developer to speed up your development processes. But actually, that's not the end. So we are now extending with our next release in May, we are extending those skills really by agentic capabilities, right? So meaning that, and this comes to the next point, skills are powerful, but agents are even more, right? The great thing is, actually, we have two major development tools then in place with our May release, right? So with Q2 2026. One is Eclipse, this is what we just have seen, right? The other one is we can finally, or we will also finally have ABAP development tools in VS Code. And both tools, we also will provide agentic capabilities beside of those tool skills which we have already delivered. And for that, I really would like to give you a short demo how this would look like today in VS Code. And please bear with me. So what you see there is a kind of labs preview. So this was from a nightly build on last Friday. So fresh from our development teams working on the VS Code integration. And what you see there is are the ABAP development tools in VS Code, right? So I've connected to a Steampunk system, to a BTP ABAP environment system. However, we are also able, of course, to connect to private cloud, public cloud, and on-prem systems with VS Code, right? And what a great thing is, right? So if I have now packages in there, right, applications in there, what I can also do is I can open up any business object, like having my soccer team again. This is now a kind of copy, right? So what you see there is then the behavior definition, right, in VS Code of the soccer team. And there the validation, actually it's in, but it shouldn't be. Maybe we're going to remove it. Give me a second. Saving it. And checking that it is also not in the implementation. Not the JSON, but the implementation file. Yeah, there it is not in. Exactly. And what you can also do is you can now make use of those Copilot integrations, right, within VS Code to access the ABAP MCP servers, which we will also publish with the May release. So what you see there is, what I've also installed is, I have installed the ABAP Development Tools MCP server, which grants you access to different functionalities which we provide in ADT. So talking about activating objects, doing syntax checks, executing ADC checks, executing unit tests, creating objects, modifying objects. So those objects which are available in VS Code will also be kind of accessible via our MCP tools, right? So we have a broad set of relevant tools available also for transport handling, everything which is needed. What you can do is, for example, really say or do this intent-based development, right? So saying, I would like to define a validation for my business process. So again, I would like to implement a validation for the foundation date. Foundation date should always be in the past. What we can do then, or what is now happening, is the Copilot integration knows the MCP servers connected, right, to your local machine. We have a language server in between, and based on those MCP servers which we provide, the agent is now capable in directly modifying those files which are part of that project. Right? So what is now happening, right? The agent is working on that, and what we also will see is it will now think about what needs to be done. It is generating the validation within the behavior definition. So this was what was just shown right beforehand, which was kind of manual effort. And at the same time, it will also kind of implement the class, right? So with entities, with the loop, with everything which is provided needed there. And the great thing is, you can then also say, well, there's still a syntax error in, right? So it is not finalized yet. So it's still not capable to correctly interpret it. And you can also make, of course, the agent aware of those issues, right? There is still a syntax error in the class, and it will reiterate based on the input you gave there, right? And we'll check also those tools which you provide. We also provide kind of tools for Q&A, so what, our MCP servers are connected also to tool for consultants, having all those relevant information and documentation grounded, which gives you also the possibility to really fetch those documentations which were published recently with our latest releases, right? And this is a kind of lab review, so this you can expect coming in May this year, right? So there we will deliver our first version of our VS Code delivery with ABAP development tools, right? So what I've now just mentioned is today, right, so we have those different tool skills available, which are available then where our J4D skills, and with Q2 2026, we are complementing those tool skills with an MCP client, which gives you access to a broad set of capabilities, right, in our development tools. All right, now let's transition slowly from the world of the developers to the world of agents, right? So I've already mentioned that agent or agentic capabilities are kind of more powerful. And what I also want to mention is when we're building scenarios for business processes, so incorporating AI into our business, we need to be aware that the context of our application is essential. Right? And how does it look like? Usually, if somebody implements a kind of agentic or AI scenario, how does it usually look like in the past, or I would say yesterday, right? So there's usually a user, and the user kind of formulates a prompt, right? And this prompt is usually also maybe enriched with retrieval augmented generation, so you're grounding some more context into that prompt to make sure, right, that the LLM is not hallucinating. This prompt, again, is then processed by the large language model, which kind of generates a response, and this response is, again, interpreted by the user, and maybe based on that response, the user takes some action in the system, or maybe he reiterates, formulates another prompt, says, well, I need to adapt that, and it goes that spinning loop and loop and loop. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that approach. There are many scenarios which you can solve with that approach. However, what we actually want to do is we want to have an agent in place. And what we actually want to do is we want to move that user a little bit to the side and say, well, that loop, that spinning loop, this is done by the agent, and we are only occasionally interacting with that user whenever it is required, right? And this is actually what we call an agentic application. Right? So really fully automating complex business processes. And the thing is, when we're talking about agentic application, it's not just an agent talking to an LLM and interpreting some responses and just hallucinating, but we really want also to take actions in the system. So what we want to do is, based on responses, at some point in time, we want that we take actions within that system, that we are accessing tools, that we are executing tools, that we kind of releasing a sales order, creating a business partner, sending an invoice, whatever you want to do. Also, we want to make sure that those prompts which are used are somehow grounded to those use cases which are also defined by the developers, which are kind of knowing the business processes underneath. And what we also want to make sure is that those the document grounding, which is usually addressed via RAG, right, that we can provide those resources to those agents in addition. And exactly this is the Model Context Protocol, which was introduced by Anthropic, right? And this is what we call MCP Server, and we will not only provide MCP Server for developer scenarios, but we are also up to providing servers for business AI scenarios, so you are able to interconnect to expose your business capabilities, which you build right within your S/4HANA system, also to agentic applications, right? So talking about tool, talking about agents you build on a SAP BTP environment. the next thing I would like to mention is, imagine you have now such an agent, such an agentic application, and you have plenty of tools. And what you need to understand is such an agent is actually not a polite human, right? That agent is more or less kind of a busy executive, right, which is managing multiple tasks at once, right? It will call you, it will call your tool, and afterwards it will completely forget what you have done, right, which state you had. So you need to be stateless. It's like talking to a goldfish, right? So maybe you can't really compare executives with goldfish, I'm not sure about it, but actually those agents, they're calling different tools, right, depending on the scenarios. What you need to understand is for addressing really high-value AI scenarios, you might not stay on that little domain where you have defined a business object, because you need to oversee the end-to-end business processes, maybe also addressing different tools on different servers and different environments and different runtimes in a distributed system landscape. So you need to be prepared that you cannot hold any state within your system. So this means statelessness. So having a stateless application, a stateless backend implementation, is not only something you need for cloud computing, right, or for mobile access, it's also getting very relevant for agentic integrations. And this is why I also want really to make you aware of modernization is key, right? So if you want to be successful with AI scenarios, right, addressing your business applications, you have to modernize your applications. So this means, so for those of you who are still, I would say, in the classical ABAP world, working with Dynpros, Screen Painter, right? You need to transition slowly to the new world, right? Meaning to define stateless applications, right? Which are kind of cloud native. So maybe some hands up in the air. Who is still on the left-hand side and who is still on the right-hand side of that picture? So left-hand side first. Who is on the left-hand side? All right, right-hand side? Oh, that's good, both. All right. So what I want to mention, because we of course also talking about ABAP Cloud, right, and AI integrations ABAP Cloud. When we're talking about modernization and modernization ABAP Cloud, within ABAP Cloud, we are delivering different capabilities, right? So we have a broad set of development artifacts available to build transactional and embedded analytical applications. So those are the left-hand side. So you always have a kind of well-defined data model underneath, and you're building and assigning your transactional behavior to it, exposing it via services, so you have really a stateless behavior. But beside of those fundamental development capabilities, we also provide, I would call it some goodies, right, with ABAP Cloud, which just come within the same box, right? So we have already talked about generative AI capabilities to accelerate also your efficiency. But of course, also within ABAP Cloud, we have a plenty set of reuse services available, built-in capabilities, right, like extensibility, lifecycle management, and also, of course, different tools which are available for you. So you can also choose then between Eclipse, right, and VS Code. For those of you who are still working in SAP, we are not planning to provide any agentic integrations for SAP, right? Just to be crystal clear on that. When I'm talking about a free choice, I forget to mention, right? So what is very important to mention also for the VS Code release in May, it is the very first initial delivery of VS Code or ABAP development tools in VS Code. And what we are focusing on there is really to address the ABAP Cloud scope first. So for those of you who build ABAP Cloud native applications by using the RESTful application programming model, this will kind of satisfy your needs, so you are able to build your greenfield application there. However, for those of you who are still working with classical ABAP, the first delivery of VS Code will not satisfy your need, because essential classical ABAP object types are not supported yet in VS Code. We're working on that, so this will come with later releases, but on the first initial release, the ABAP Cloud-related development process is in the foreground. All right, talking about modernization, because it's always kind of tricky, right? To do that modernization and to move slowly to ABAP Cloud, I just would like to highlight the clean core extensibility model, which was also published last year. So what we did is basically, for those of you who know that 3-tier extensibility model, where we had a kind of not clean approach, right? So where you use classical ABAP, and there was the first tier, which was ABAP Cloud, and you had a second tier, right, where you can build kind of web APIs, and we split it up to make it more flexible also for you, and also to provide you some better guidance on what you need to focus on first. There are now multiple levels with regards to clean core. So I would say the cleanest level, level A, is cloud native, and you can build cloud native applications either on stack with ABAP Cloud or side by side with also with ABAP Cloud, or with CAP, for example, or with low code apps, right? The level B means that you are able to consume APIs which are kind of nominated as stable by SAP, where SAP say, well, it's not publicly released for ABAP Cloud, it's not cloud ready, but it's an API which we will not change, right? Where we know it's stable for the past 20 years, right? And we are not intending it to change it. There, from an upgrade point of view, it's absolutely fair to use those APIs when they are kind of nominated. Then there's the level conditional clean core, right? There we are talking about using APIs which are not nominated nor released by SAP. So you're mainly using internal APIs of SAP. And for that, what we are doing there is we're providing a kind of change log, which gives you an overview which objects are changed incompatibly with which release, because those are internal objects. And you can apply that change log based on ATC onto your concrete systems, right, into your concrete system environment, which then highlights you what you need to refactor before doing a system upgrade to the next release. Right? And this is the reason why it is conditional clean core, because it really depends on what was actually changed. Right? So we're really making sure that you only do investments there where it is really urgently required. And there's level D, not clean core. Those are functionalities which we really do not recommend to use. Why? Because it can harm your system, it can harm your processes. It is not intended to be used. So if you want to have some further information on that, there are also some links in that presentation. All right. Let's come to a second point. Let's talk about money, something which changes how we run, right? And the thing is, the meter is running, right, also with AI. And yeah, so what you could done in the past is you might have built a select statement within the loop. Who has done that? Who has done that so far? Come on, be honest. Yeah, so what was the result of that, right? Of course, the system slowed down, right? So the CPU spiked to 100%, right? It was inefficient, for sure, right? It was embarrassing, absolutely. Maybe also a basis administrator called you and asked you, what the hell are you doing there? But actually, it was free of charge, right, what you did there. And now, welcome to the era of AI, where we need to learn tokenomics. Tokenomics 101. So you need to be aware of what business processes do you implement with AI, and how are you actually handling that? So talking about, for example, for prompting, you need to be aware of that each and every prompt you formulate is kind of measured in tokens. It's basically a word within that prompt, right? And for each of that token, you pay money. You pay money to those LLM providers, right? And by expanding the context you're sending in, within a prompt, of course, you're paying more and more money. using usual AI integration in Copilot, also to develop or with Claude, doesn't matter, right? Usually you burn a lot of tokens there. So who has really implemented already kind of a real project end-to-end with agentic integration, not just ABAP, maybe also any other language, who has done that already? There's one hand here. How much money did you spend for those tokens? Did you know that? You won't tell, exactly. That's okay. No, so you really need to pay attention. So what I can say is you can easily, by implementing such stuff and handing a lot of information to those agentic applications, to those agents, you can burn hundreds of euros within a day, right? By just accessing those tokens. You need to be aware of that. And the thing comes in, right, where you also need to think about, well, who has built a kind of infinite loop in the past, right? Or kind of recursion, infinite recursion. Who has done that? Happened also to me, right, in the past, right? If this happens when you have two agents talking to each other, right? So hey, could you please release the sales order? No, I need some information. Yeah, it's the sales order so-and-so. Well, what I need additional information. Yeah, it's that sales order. So if you have kind of bidirectional dependencies between agents, you need to pay attention to that because this will really burn money for your business, right? And this is something you need to consider. So my recommendation is if you implement business processes based on AI, right, within ABAP, make sure you're going to get a kind of reporting on your tokens. And I would like quickly to show you also how the ABAP AI SDK looks like, right, within the backend. And for that, I'm going into, where was it? I think it's down there. Let me check. So I think it's that one. So what you can actually do when you're using the ABAP AI SDK to access large language models, so usually you have a kind of intelligent scenario defined which points to a large language model deployed in AI core. What you always get, of course, is the concrete result of the LLM call, right? But what we also provide within the ABAP AI SDK is a kind of statistics on those tokens which you have used for each and every request. So what you actually can do is also then, for sure, is also to log that into your tables, also to get at least as long as you develop and test your processes, that you have a kind of reporting on those tokens to send, right? So that you really get a feeling of how many tokens do you use per use case, and that you then can also relate to those BTP statistics to see how many AI credits you used, right, to address some certain business scenarios. So this is very, something important you need to understand, and which also ABAP gives you the capabilities to track on. All right. One point, keep me in the loop, right? So something which is also very important, so I mentioned earlier, right, that we want to make sure that we have agents kind of, we would like to have them fully automated, but what we also want to make sure is when it is required that a human is in the loop which can interact with that agent, which can maybe intercept, right? Which can maybe also steer a little bit to say, well, the agent, I think you're just going into that wrong direction, right? So what we need to make sure is that users are able to understand really the reasoning of our agents, and that they understand which actions were actually taken within that system. And this requires, of course, also on one hand side within the ABAP Cloud Development Model some integrations, right, to keep humans in the loop. But also this requires you, if you build your applications, that you understand that for fully automated scenario, for fully automated business processes, you also need to foresee a kind of review application which allows your business user to review what has this agent actually done in that system, right? So really making sure that you have also kind of legal accountability, right? So think about this, if the agent is acting on behalf of a user, if this action is acting with an own identity. Those are things you need to consider when you build those business applications. Of course, when talking about keep the human in the loop, we're talking about mitigating hallucination risk, and we're also talking about learning loops, so making sure that whenever a human is in the loop, that the human is able to judge the reasoning of that agent, that we see where do we, as developers, also need to improve maybe our implemented business processes. And what I would like to show you is quickly how we have integrated also one human-in-the-loop pattern in ABAP Cloud in the past. So I'm quickly jumping into another system. And what I'm showing you there is actually a small test application for emergency room management. So imagine you have an emergency room, somebody's coming in, complaining about a kind of symptom, and then you would like to also identify what is the actual disease this person has, right? So what we do is we quickly open up that Fiori UI for that. So I execute a preview on that emergency tool, so where we can handle patients. I know, right, so nobody would actually handle an emergency room. Oh. I'm not able to talk into insert passwords at the same time, sorry for that. So I know usually nobody would build a kind of emergency room handling with a Fiori app, but anyway, we will still do that for the sake of a short demo. So what you can, of course, insert are some actual data of a person, right? So you can give a birth date. So maybe let's just choose anything. Doesn't matter, I think, for that use case. You can choose a kind of gender, right? You can give a name for that. Hopefully there is no Schmidt-Michael within the audience. Right, and you can also define a kind of symptom, right? So you can say, well, this patient has some pain in the chest and high blood pressure. And what we have kind of implemented in the backend is a kind of AI call, while we are the ABAP AI SDK to hand over that symptom. Yeah, it is not masked because it's a small demo, right? Where then the LLM also kind of proposes potential criticality of that patient, also provides a kind of recommendation what disease it could be, right? So we are also handing additional context which is stored in the system towards that prompt. So we do some context grounding there. And we are getting now that recommendation. And what we can now do is, so we are the human, right? We can say, well, we want to accept that. And we are getting again asked, well, do you really want to accept those things? So they were proposed by the system. Are you finally okay with that classification? And you can say, well, yeah, I accept and create that part, right? And this is the first step in keeping the human in the loop. Of course, it's just the tip of the iceberg, right? So what you need to think about within your business processes, do you want to have your business user really always in the loop? Do you want to make them as the final reviewer before the business process can continue? Or do you want to have a kind of review process in place where maybe your business users can then maybe also intercept, right? And say, well, this was a wrong decision, but we need to roll it back or something like that, right? All right. Let's continue, right, with the end of deterministic. Some minutes left. Well, when we're talking about the end of deterministic, what we see also at SAP, right, whenever we build AI scenarios is, of course, you can consult an LLM to do some stuff for you, right? And you can get that result and process that result further, but actually, you need to think about how can I be sure, right, that the result which was produced by the LLM is kind of based also on some foundational data. So we know we need to do document grounding, right? Data grounding, making sure that we avoid hallucinations. But at the end, you also need to get a kind of confidence feeling, right? There are different strategy, different software design patterns in place where you can also judge the kind of confidence of LLMs. So you could also make use of different LLMs to judge the result of other LLM calls. But this, of course, also lacks with regards to performance and round trips, right? But what you easily can do is also ask the LLM which produced the output to tell you what is the confidence level of that answer you have just produced, right? And what you can then do within your business application, also within ABAP, is something like, well, if you have a quite high confidence level, you can fully automate such actions, right? If they are not critical, maybe. If you have kind of lower confidence level, you can take action, but you should maybe forward that action as a kind of review to your business users. And if you have a kind of low confidence level, you should open a workflow for a human, right? To making sure that you do not risk anything for your business. So one could say confidence is the new super at sea, right, in the AI era. And I also would like to quickly show you that. So what I've prepared within the system is a kind of app for handling payment options. So having a kind of, app available where you can create an invoice, and then you can say, well, does the customer need to pay in advance, or can we just file an invoice for that customer, right? And what you basically want to do, maybe I need to double check that the breakpoint is in within our implementation. What I've actually done is I've built a determination, right, within our behavior definition where I access also a large language model, right? And what I can do is maybe I will comment that out and activate it. And also setting a breakpoint, maybe, oh, it's there. Just making sure it is really set. And let's quickly jump into that application. Need to re-authenticate, and I'm just creating a new data record for that application, and so doesn't matter. So I take any amount, right? So €10 and one customer. And what I want to do within my determination now is, if I create a data record, I want to calculate that paying option. So does this customer need to pay in advance, or can we simply file an invoice? And as we see, the UI is loading because we are now in the breakpoint, right, in the backend. So I quickly go there. And what we see is the result that LLM call is actually a kind of JSON structure where we have kind of instructed the LLM to respond like that. We see that we have no high risk for the customer, right? But also a confidence level of 0, right? So if we just would now rely on the actual output of that LLM with the high risk, we would maybe go the wrong direction, right? But the low confidence level of that LLM gives them some guardrails to know, well, we should not fully automate that business process, right? What we can do instead, so I've also implemented a small thing here, but what we can do now is maybe to ground some more information, some more context for that LLM, which we could fetch out of that system, right? Making sure that we maybe provide some historical data of that customer, knowing he has paid, I don't know, he has filed 46 orders, order volume about €12,000, and only 1,000 was paid on time, which is not that much, right? So do we have a high risk that this customer will again kind of not pay on time? And if we now kind of execute that again and create another data record, so quickly going into that and saying, well, let's take another one and say create. The breakpoints should be still there in the backend. Yeah, exactly. So we again see the risk assessment, right? And we again would see, well, we have a high risk for that customer, right? So the LM has now some more information, and also based on those information we have given, there's a higher confidence level of that LM, so we are able to automate that. What I want to talk with that, so we will do some questions later, right? So what I really want to tell you is, you need to really be aware of that LLMs are hallucinating, right? So you need to be prepared your business process that they are stable, that they are kind of failure-proof, and that you involve humans wherever it is required. This is your responsibility as ABAP developers, right? And you need to pay attention to that, right? So exactly, so that was the question, right? So does the LLM know if it is hallucinating, and why is the confidence level low? So if you do not provide a lot of information, LLMs are kind of able, so it depends on which LLM, right? If you have a reasoning LLM or a kind of non-reasoning LLM, but those LLMs are kind of good in knowing, do I have enough context information to judge that information, right? But this is only one possibility to do so. There are additional software design patterns for kind of getting more failure-proven business process integrated, like taking or validating the result of an LLM with other LLMs, for example, right? So with reasoning LLMs, so there are patterns in place, right, which you can use to at least a little bit safeguard your business processes there. All right, so coming also to my last slide. I think it's one of the last slides, and actually I think it's one of the most important points, right, when we're talking about AI integration, and it's actually documentation matters, right? So I've talked also beforehand, right, about the model context protocol, and whenever we are talking about resources, we need to make sure that we have proper documentation in place which describes not only certain artifacts or certain elements, might have a kind of descriptive label for an element. This is kind of good, but it's not enough for AI native applications which you want to integrate end to end. So you really need to make sure that you have proper documentation also with regards to your business processes in place, especially if you implement own business processes. And what we also see there out in the market, and this is kind of a little bit concerning, is that companies are more and more kind of getting rid of technical writers, user assistance developers, documentation developers. So I think personally this is the wrong direction, because as of now, as of today, we even would need more and more better documentation, right, to safeguard our AI agents. And I really can recommend you to read that letter from Fabrizio. So to those who fired or didn't hire tech writers because of AI, read it. I think it is a very good kind of letter, which kind of also illustrates why good documentation matters for AI integrations. What I just want to highlight, and maybe you will not, or you are not aware of that, is if you're building applications within ABAP Cloud, you can also directly add documentation within that system, right? So you can document your business processes within that system. You also have explain functionalities available, which helps you to get started in providing some documentation. So if we, for example, take CDSU for this small invoice application, right? What you can do there, also by using Joule skills, is of course you can make use of the Joule explain functionality. This Joule explain functionality explains kind of the business purpose of that CDSU. Of course, it's a kind of artificial demo scenario, so we do not have too much information stored here, but what it delivers you is a kind of general description of that CDSU, and also some business questions, right, which you can answer by doing a kind of data select on that CDSU. And what you can do to assign that also to a KDD file, so a documentation file, which is assigned to that CDSU. So I can open that up. I have done that beforehand. So this documentation file is part of the ABAP system, so it's part of your ABAP backend system. It's assigned to the CDS object, right, and it's defined in Markdown, so you can also define and store some documentation there. And everything which you have within the system will also be is able to be interpreted by agents, right? So you need to be aware of that. What we've seen there also within SAP scenario, so we also did some statistics on that. So what we did was we had a customer engagement initiative running last year, where we also provided a kind of API finder tool, so finding the wide APIs in the clean core context. You may know those issues customers usually have. And what we saw was if we generate such descriptions for our CDS data models, we increased the pick accuracy for those API finders by nearly 20%. So from about 55%, we increased it to about 75%, which was quite good, right, for having some AI-generated content in place, right? So what I really can encourage you is make sure that if you want to have good AI integrations, that you provide proper documentation within your system, within your APIs, which can be accessed by the agents. All right. Having said that, I think I'm also pretty good at the end of my time, right? So thank you very much. Those were the 10 most important things I wanted to share with regards to ABAP Cloud and AI in ABAP Cloud. I think I would still have some more points. I think I could list about 50 points I would like to mention, right, when it comes to AI, but maybe we will have another event next year, so let's see.
Well, let's fire just one question. Is the $100 question? Who is the one who is going to ask this to Fabian? Who is the daredevil of this last moment? So nobody. Well, that's easy. Then I'm going to bring you the chocolates. That's the one thing I have to do. Thank you very, very much for this insights. It was a really a good presentation. We learned a lot of it. And yes, of course, you ended up with the things we like most, documentation.
I mean, it's very important, seriously, right?
Well, that's no discussion. It's really important, but we don't like it. That's the problem. So, but we have AI now, so it can help us with generate the documentation on that. So I will ask Robert to end up for today.
Okay. The second day is almost finished, but I want to thank a couple of persons and people, because this was a dream for me to have this conference, and we have a day tomorrow, but not everybody will be there. So that's the reason, because we have tomorrow those workshops to that one. So we get the questions a couple of times about we cannot go to all the sessions, and the good news is that we make movie of those sessions, and you can then later on can see them again, or the missed ones, you can look at them. So that was great that we have that possibility, and I will thank Booking for this one, and also the guys from ABAP Conf, which will do the streaming for that one. Then tomorrow we have the last part of our conference. So we have no breakfast and no lunch tomorrow. So that's important to understand for the people which are there. And we still have some places in the afternoon for generative AI, but there is also the new session they have about that one. And how is it called, the new one? The new session? Okay, it's the same, only with a different content. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and of course, Anne, I'm happy that you are there now, because Daniel cannot come. So we have a big team tomorrow from SAP, and thank you for being here. You have to do the job tomorrow, but I'm already very happy that you are there. Then I want to thank to all our speakers, because without this event, if we don't have speakers, we cannot have this event. So I'm very happy that they were here. We have 35 speakers, and yeah, I was very surprised about the number of people who want to speak over here. And also from booking, we have to shift them into one session in a couple of them because they had 8 talks they want to do. So, but thanks for all the speakers. And what I said yesterday about community, I really believe in the community. And I was very happy that we have the Dutch user group, the CITNL, the ABAP Conf, and also the SAP community members to be part and promote this that event. And I want to thank them also to that one. Then I also want to thank all the people who helped me today and yesterday, and also will help me tomorrow wearing this t-shirt. So thank you for that one. It's our colleagues of mine. It's our also people from booking, and yeah, they make it easy. And I want to have 3 of them I want to mention because they help me a lot by doing this. And that is also where we are now in this great venue in here at Booking. I want to thank to Elena. I think she is still outside. Peter and Martin. And then, of course, it could not happen if we don't have our sponsors. We had a great event yesterday with our Booking AWS. Today was Lemongrass, SAP developers, also Conduct and S-World, which are sponsoring the evening event. And I think a great applause for Booking that we can be here, because I'm really happy that we have this nice venue. And then, of course, you, because if nobody show up, we don't have a conference. And I'm very happy that you showed up this year. And yeah, that very thanks from my and also from Booking guys that you will come to that one. And yesterday I mentioned that if I share some knowledge, then I learn some knowledge new. But I changed that sentence today, because I think every time we share knowledge, we learn something new. And I want to thank you all very well for being here. I hope that you will also join tomorrow. But if not, have fun in Amsterdam and also have fun with AI. Thank you very much.
Let's make one round of applause for the one and only Robert Eiper. He did it. He did it. So, and then have a nice evening, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much.